Speedway, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet here at Delaware Speedway. My name is Jeremy McGrady here, calling the action for you. And today we've got ourselves a special guest joining me as color commentator. We've got ourselves Gary Andreessen, the current points leader in the Pro Late Model Series. They aren't running tonight, which is why Gary's basically up here. He'll be running in next week's race here, next Friday night here on Rogers TV. Gary, pleasure to have you aboard. We've got ourselves a great night of racing here ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always fun to come up here and talk with you guys and offer whatever my opinion matters on things. And yeah, it'll be a good night. The Bone Stock's always put on a show, and the V8s, I mean, that class is growing. Every week we come out, it seems to be more and more cars so it's a nice growing class. And the Super Stocks, I mean, same thing. We got some of the best drivers here in the province.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at those V8 standings so far this season, and just a nice little seeing there as Doug Sturrock currently leads only by the 1 point off of the Watson Motorsports team. And so far that V8, they haven't ran a lot so far this season, just a couple races in. What are your thoughts so far when you've looked at that V8 class that's growing?
Well, again, there's such a various group of cars. You got a late model in there, you've got OSS cars in there, you've got old V8s or old street stocks in there, and so like I'm not surprised that it's a tight class. I mean, Watson Motorsports, he kind of cycles drivers in there. It's a great way for them to learn as well. And I mean, you've got experienced guys in there and you got new guys in there, so it's a great class.
Yeah, and then when we look at the Bone Stock Series as well, nice to see some new faces in the Bone Stock Series, but also a lot of veterans. You see Matt Langford currently leading 4 points up on Justin Culver. So far in this season, again, early on, seeing some familiar faces up the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Culver is a name that's always at the front, just like his brother Trevor, so I'm not surprised to see Justin up there, and he's got a lot of experience that he can lean on his brother for.
Absolutely, as we're here at Delaware Speedway, and then we'll look at the Super Stock standings so far this season. And again, looking at that leaderboard, you've got Trevor Culver, as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
He's got at the top of that leaderboard, followed by Carson Nagy, who won last weekend. All close call, but again, this Super Stock Series always exciting close to the finish.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't know this for sure, but maybe I read it wrong. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but I believe Kyle Steckley's driving that car tonight.
Correct. Steckley is replacing Nagy in here tonight, so that'll be an interesting change of scenarios for that car and doing that. And so when we come back, we're going to be going green flag racing here. You're watching Delaware Speedway action, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet, right here on Rogers TV.
When you choose Pizza Hut, you're supporting a local, family-owned and operated business. We've been serving our community for over 35 years and take great pride in what we do. From our family to yours, thank you for choosing Pizza Hut and supporting local.
Ray Collins Chevrolet. Ray saves you money and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
This is a man's heart, a heart in desperate need of medical attention. But because 78% of Indigenous people experience racism in healthcare, he may not get the help he needs. Become an ally. Rise above racism in healthcare.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet, as we're about to get underway and go to green flag racing here, as they're just getting up to turn number 3 and over Delaware here. Jeremy McGrady with Gary Adrianson, and so far, Gary, this is probably one of the best parts about racing is being able to go to green and get your race underway.
Yeah, you know, I've been racing for, I hate saying this, almost 30 years, about 27 years, 28 years. I still get nervous on race day. Still get butterflies every single time out of the track.
And the green flag, green flag, green flag. We are underway so far and we're off to an early start there. The blue car looks like the 92 out in front. Currently Ryan Houston out there leading the lead lap, and so far got a nice little about 3 car length lead. In behind him, the 5 of Jeremiah Rabideau, and then
Derek Musker made a nice run there through the middle there, gained a few spots.
Always tough to see when you go 3 wide that way as we get ourselves up into turn 3 of the leaders. Again, a good size lead going on already here for Houston. Trailing in behind now the 55 of Jordan Williams, catching right up to that leader.
What was it, Jordan Williams?
Yes, the 55.
Oh, sorry, right on Race Monitor it shows Derek Musker.
It's all right. Now the caution's out, and we've got ourselves a collision over towards turn number 1. As we'll take a look at it here on our replay. As it looks like we got some loose, the car got loose. Contact.
Oh yeah, he came down on the yellow car there and grabbed everybody and bunched them up.
Yeah, and that's the 50 of Joey Langdon, and we will go to break. More green flag racing when we come back. You're watching Delaware Speedway racing here on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Early stages here, just 1 lap complete on Coca-Cola scoreboard at that time.
Don't get caught unprepared this summer. White's Rental is your one-stop shop for lawnmower tune-ups and repairs. You can visit us at our new location, 785 Little Simcoe Street.
Thursday.
Most people that are have received treatment for drug use problems are probably going to have a lapse.
Join addictions counselor Dean Anderson for Invisible, Breaking Through the Stigma of Addiction, on Rogers TV.
Playing whatever. Jack 102.3.
15 years we have waited for this.
Football in Wrexham's everything.
There is a long way to go, but sky's the limit.
Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX and City TV Plus.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady up here in the tower alongside Gary Adrianson, and going back to that wreck, just a bit of a tough turn, and so we're still trying to clean that mess up right between turns 1 and 2.
Have another look.
And we'll take one more look at it here. Gary, what'd you see?
Well, like I said, I think that's the 10 car that comes down on, is that Joey Langton, you know, and yeah, it just went around on his bumper and backed her up, and everybody tried to avoid, but they just got tangled up. Sometimes it's hard to know whether to go high or low, or especially when a car keeps on moving and doesn't stop.
Yeah, I watched a lot of practice earlier on today, and a lot of the cars sticking to the lower line. So far on a nice day like today, you're seeing that inside line tend to be the better line so far. And so we're just getting the last couple of cars cleaned up, and then we'll go back to green here.
I just want to make a quick shout out to these guys in the yellow suits there. They do a fantastic job. I've been in numerous wrecks around this place, and they are quick to respond. They're professional. They know what they're doing. And you know, when you're in a big wreck and you see them coming, it really does make you feel a little bit safer right away. So hats off to those boys.
Absolutely, a big shout out to all the staff and crew here at Delaware Speedway, making sure not only the fans have the entertainment, but the drivers and everybody around the track is safe, and making sure that we have good, wholesome auto racing here at the track. So only there's a couple of laps in here to this first heat race here of the Bone Stocks. Coming up, we'll also have the V8s as well as the Super Stocks coming up later on.
And we're taking 7 out of this heat right to the A main. Everybody else is going to have to qualify through the B.
As they just make finishing touches up on the high side of turn number 1 and 2. Crew just cleaning up the track, and then we'll go green flag racing once again.
So at least Robinson's camp able to get them back going. 10. Still trying to work to get it off the tow truck and check on the front tires in the garage area, it appears here.
This pace car comes around turn number 4. And for those who have never been to Delaware Speedway, the track is egg-shaped, where turns number 1 and 2 are tighter compared to turns number 3 and 4. And Gary, knowing that you've raced on this track a long time, what's the key to be able to get around this track the best efficient way?
I'll let you know when I figure it out. You know, 1 and 2 are definitely different than 3 and 4. The car handles different in each corner. A lot of times you'll nail one of them and not the other, and you just struggle through, and rarely do you get it perfect for both ends. But I mean, that's the way it is, and you know, this track is very unique, and you know, it's what makes this place as special as it is.
On the outside looking in right now, so is
Starter's got that green flag in his hand. Pace car's coming off into the pit lane. And we're about to go green flag racing here once again for this first heat race here of the Bone Stocks.
Pace car throws down, and everybody in the controls.
Starter's got the flag in his hand, and he's waving it green. We're going again. And the 5 car going inside early, trying to get that early advantage. There, Jeremiah Rabideau trying to stick to it. And
actually, I think that's the 55.
Oh, yeah, pardon me, that is the 55 going through there. And already a couple of lead changes here to start in this heat race, as yes, indeed, that 55 of Jordan Williams is your leader so far in this heat race.
He's got the 48 of Jack Dixon in tow, and Ryan Houston's still holding on.
Coming up, Williams is coming across turn number 4 now, and he's got himself a 2-car length lead over that 48 in Dixon. And trying to catch that 92 is the 88 of Starrett Racing. We don't know exactly the driver of that vehicle, but nonetheless, they are making themselves quite a turn, as here comes another push, maybe 3 wide, as a race for third now coming in, as we've got 3 wide almost going into turn number 3, cutting into that inside line. And a nice move there, going past 2 vehicles, and the looks like the number 34 there in Dan Story. Sticking to that inside line paid off, as he's moved up 2 positions now into 3rd place. Nice sizable lead now, as now we look back up to the leader once again, Williams. Coming up that Delaware Hill, and right behind him again, Jack Dixon.
He's already coming up on lap traffic with the 9 of, is it the 9? I think that's the 9 of Bailey Vaddy.
Oh, yes indeed, you got the 9. Already into traffic, just 4 laps in to this 10-lap heat race of here, the Bone Stock Series.
There's a nice shot of the 55.
And coming into turn number 3 and rounding into 4. Sizable lead now.
I do like the number.
I wonder why. Some of you don't know, Gary drives the number 55, current leader of the Pro Late models. So obviously 55 is a good working number so far this season. So with 2 laps to go, comfortable lead here for Jordan Wilms, as he is just mowing down and lapping cars here.
The nice thing right now is even though he's in lap traffic, he's got such a nice lead that he can really take his time and give these guys room, because, you know, they're trying to stay on the lead lap and they're racing for position still, so they've got lots of room to, he's got lots of room to give them.
And I've actually just been informed it's Derek Moister driving that 55, not Jason Wilms.
Okay, so the race monitor is right. As Derek comes to the finish line for victory, it is Derek Musker driving.
Yes, as he takes the checkered, and in behind Jack Dixon will take the 2nd spot. And that is the completion there of heat race number 1 of the Bone Stock Series. They will be the 2nd of 3 feature races. The V8s are going to be the first feature race coming up later on. And with that, we'll go to break. You are watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
My name is Ryan Dyson, and I drive the number 28 race car at Delaware Speedway and across Ontario all summer long. You can check out our YouTube vlog series right here on Rogers TV every Friday at 6 o'clock p.m.
Jeff from Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff here, and we're back for another fantastic season of Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff. We're going to cook some great food with some really great folks. We're going to use some unique barbecues, and we're going to have a lot of fun. As always, I'm going to be wearing some pretty unique shirts as well. Watch Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff Thursdays at 7:30.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady, Gary Adrianson here on top of the tower here, calling the action here for you. This is now going to be heat race number 2 of the Bone Stock Series. Derek Moister was your heat race 1 winner. And so the pace car is leading out there, just going into turn number 2 and up the Delaware Hill.
It's Cassie Howard at the point in the 59. Followed by Rob Wollaston and Gary Triscutt in the 56.
And now those cars get bunched up into formation into the rows. As Cassie's going to have that inside line to start. Followed by Rob Wollaston there on her outside.
Then next up in the running order, the 333. That is another new driver for the rotation of that car.
Row number 2, we've got the 56 and the 26. There of Gary Triscutt, Jeffrey Schaller, and then the 26 in being Nathan Rhea.
That is a rookie, Dakota Leoma, in the back 40 clothing. The Squirrely Nut Custom.
As they are just closing out the formation lap. And then we'll have 10 laps of heat race number 2 here on this beautiful Friday night. Glad again you can join us here on Rogers TV, Delaware Racing here on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. And as the pace car comes into the pits, we are ready to go green flag racing.
Race number 2, we will take the top 9 out of this one.
Cars coming out of turn number 4, and the engines rev up, and the green flag is waving. We are good to go. As a good early start for Cassie Howard, trying to work that inside line, but Wollaston already trying to force that outside pressure. And everyone comes out of turns 1 and 2 clean.
Running the track for third, Triscutt
Howard and Wollaston leading, but another car on the outside there. That 26 working, trying to get in that battle for the second position, almost third spot. As they come out of turn number 4. Howard got a good car length lead. Still going to be a battle for second there. As looks like Nathan Rhea is going to try to get Wollaston, works his way up to the outside. Going to try to go around that way, and we'll see if it pays off for him. Looks like it might pay off. Coming around turn number 4. As they go up Delaware Hill. Now we got a race for third now between Wollaston and the number 23 of Jesse Howard.
It's Cassie's sister.
Howard family running well here so far in this heat races. She's going to try to go around the outside of Wollaston, but Wollaston shuts the door on that opportunity. And a battle for the 5th spot, as well as it looks like the 16 is trying to catch up to the 55, and that's Dakota Luoma, one of the rookies here in this Bone Stock Series.
Cassie's really starting to open up a lead here, get herself some breathing room as we cross the halfway mark.
5 laps to go. And now maybe another battle here for a third spot is, again, Jesse Howard trying to make that move on Wollaston, but again, just slamming the door. And we're going to probably have a good battle here for that third position. As again, that 16 there of Dakota Luoma is coming in close, waiting for an opportunity or a mistake.
Cassie's definitely opening up the lead. She had a half a second lead before, and she just opened it up, doubled her lead. She's 1.153 seconds ahead of Nathan. As we see a battle for second here with Jesse trying to catch up to Wollaston. Or that's for third, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, we got a 3, almost 4 car race for third, and we've got caution out on the track. And I don't see anyone around. And it looks like the 333 might have been off the pace, which is why they called for the yellow.
Joe Hicks just got that transfer spot past lap or 2. Now the 28 and 52 are.
And so the caution comes out.
Also, some of the others started picking up their fastest laps of the race just by.
And we'll be back to wrap up this heat race number 2. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
When you choose Pizza Hut, you're supporting a local, family-owned and operated business. We've been serving our community for over 35 years and take great pride in what we do. From our family to yours, thank you for choosing Pizza Hut and supporting local.
Every year, dozens of Canadians are killed or seriously injured because they take risks around railway tracks. Talk to your loved ones about rail safety. Visit stoptracktragedies.ca.
You don't win it to keep it, you win it to be a part of its history. Always hard to see the difference between winning and losing.
The quest for the hardest trophy to win in sports.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson. Again, heat race number 2 as we're about to go green flag racing here once again after the 333 was a little bit slow, and that's hence why the caution came out as the pace car is into the pits and the starters waving the green flag. And right off the hop, Howard immediately getting her early lead, trying to get that back. And immediately that 26 trying to put some pressure, and now 3 wide going for second place already. Is that 55?
That's 56, Gary Triska.
As yes, the 56 making that early move, going for a battle for second place. Howard got that early lead, the 56 and 11 battling it out. Wollaston and Triska going forward into turn number 2.
Well, we got one around into turn 2 there. Backed it into the wall. Actually, I think that's Jesse Howard.
Yeah, Jesse Howard into the wall.
But we're still green.
As we'll take a look at it here. We're still green on the track, and here comes the yellow. It's out, caution. And so we will take a look at how she ended up going around. So we'll see there, and just looks like she got a little bit loose.
Yeah, it looks like she overcorrected. She got a little loose, and it turned a quick right, and then it went around.
So we'll just hope she can just spin back into. Man, there's a bit of smoke.
I think that's Nathan Rea.
Yeah, it looks like it's that 26. Yeah, Nathan Rea was running high up in that at the start of the race, but there's smoke coming out of the car. And so he's gone into the pits.
We'll pull the hood pins here and make sure nothing's on fire. Like I was saying, these safety guys are right there all the time.
It's amazing how fast they're able to just immediately get to where they need to go and immediately assess the situation. As you can currently see, Howard on your screen has that, like you mentioned, had that half-second lead.
It looks like he got hit the wrong way. I think it almost is like it's more so when that exit off of turn 2 happened, it's almost like that, whatever that was, just started to go then, almost like, because Triska got the better power.
And so now they're going to roll the 26 out, and so they will not continue into this heat race.
So you see the crew pushing Nathan Rea.
And they are pushing the vehicle back, so obviously Nathan Rea's day is done after something went wrong inside of that 26.
This kind of shovels everything up. We had seen Randy Martin race his way in, and now as I look down, it's Daniel Malio who's in, and Martin is out. But now that you've got one car who was in on pit road, we'll run through the 9 cars that right now.
So currently Cassie Howard is your leader, followed by Rob Wollaston, the number 11 in second place, followed by that 56.
In the 56.
And then that 16 car as well as Dakota Luoma.
Try that again.
Running fourth.
In the 16 machine.
The Stan Cook there in the 74 sitting in 5th place. He's been around here for a while. He's probably been racing longer than me. I know Stan very well.
And that's one of the nice things, right? Being a veteran driver of this track, being able to know drivers who have driven longer or being rookies, being able to just be able to have that camaraderie, as a driver, and understanding, obviously the safety and all that, but just being able to try to have clean racing.
Yeah, well, and Stan's been around for a while. I mean, he's raced everything. I mean, he's always trying his hands. I mean, as long as he's racing, he's doing something. I mean, he's done demolition derby, he's done enduro back in the day where I cut my teeth, and here we are doing bone stock.
We'll see if it's got some zoom here in the late going.
As the cleanup crew is just finishing off doing its work, and then we'll go back to green again. 4 laps to go here in this second bone stock series heat race. Each heat race 10 laps.
Here's, they've also moved us back to 4 laps to go again on the Coca-Cola scoreboard. Outside, the timing was the caution at the start and finish line. So in theory, that would technically move Kicks back to 9th if they keep the order. I think the order right now is good, and I think your last transfer spot is Martin. You'd be 52R right now. Yeah, he should unite in the order.
I think that's what it is, top 10.
So that would be your final transfer spot. Will the Trail Classic outside looking in.
So something to note here, Jer, is we got the 28th of Daniel Melieu right now in the transfer spot of 10th place, and Randy Martin, who's running in the 52 car. So that's kind of the battle to watch. I mean, Cassie's really been getting some good restarts here, and we'll have to watch Gary Triska as well, trying to make that run on the outside again. He got a few spots last time, but really the race to watch here, other than the front leaders, are that 10th spot for the transfer.
Yeah, that's going to be the key race to watch. Besides that top 3 racers, is that 10th position, as you just mentioned, in that transfer spot to get into the feature race later on this evening, as looks like the cleanup crew is finished up cleaning up a little bit of that mess just right heading into turn number 3, as they'll come down to pit road, and will be soon enough going green.
It's usually Sheldon Gurin's number we've seen a couple times, the 611 count. It's also been JB's number, but
so the pace car will come around at least one more time.
I'd go with 911. That way you could be 116 if you ever got it upside down. Interesting point. I think we do have that. Or maybe you go with 116. That way if you end up your roof, it'll be 911. So restart coming up.
15 cars on the track. Again, you get inside that top 10. You're looking pretty good to be in the feature later on. As the lights are out, we will be going green here next time by.
Then Gaston Cook, Joe Hicks amongst the top 9.
Again, Cassie Howard currently is your leader. Rob Wollaston in that 11 machine, trying to take that away, as we've seen Cassie have a couple of good restarts. But again, we'll watch for that battle in that 10th position here with 4 laps to go. Pace car comes down to pit road. Starter's got the green flag in the air, and we've got racing action. This time Wollaston's got the better restart, but again, taking that outside line. And Howard again off and running.
A 3-car battle for second here.
And currently that 23, currently in that 10 spot, as Howard comes down right now in the lead. And yes, currently that 23 of Jesse Howard, who took that spin, currently is in that transfer spot as they coming around turn number 3 and 4.
Oh, Dakota Laoma went way wide. He's going to lose a spot.
And a little contact.
Almost went around.
Yeah, one of the rookies here in this Bone Stock Series almost went for a bit of a slide, as Howard's got a good 3-car length lead. And again, that 23, she's moving up a couple of spots, and now up into what looks like 9th position. Has 2 laps to go.
That was the white, actually. They've taken the white there, Jer.
So now we're in the last lap, and it looks like Cassie Howard's going to win this heat.
We got a last lap battle for second with Stan Cook trying to take over Wollaston, sorry.
Yeah, that white 74 machine trying to go around to the outside. And that all-important 10 spot currently, I believe, belongs to that 23 currently, as Howard comes across the line in first place. And it looks like that 52 of Donovan Clark might have been that in that 10th position.
That's actually Randy Martin.
Pardon me, Randy Martin in that 52R. So it looks like he's in the transfer spot here in this second heat race.
Yeah, even though Jesse Howard went around in turn 2 there, she came back and was able to make the feature as we watch her sister, Cassie, come around to get her picture taken in Victory Lane, in Pennzoil Victory Lane.
Yeah, so Cassie will be able to do that in that Mount Bridges Bulldog 59 machine. And with that, we will go and have some more green flag racing coming up. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mario Elia, host of Keeping London Healthy here on Rogers TV. Join us Wednesdays at 6:30 where we discuss health topics relevant to you and bringing on experts in the field to give you the best, most up-to-date information. See you then.
Thank you to all our volunteers who come out to Rogers. I greatly appreciate every single one of them that come out. We have a great time, and being a volunteer myself many moons ago, it's a great start to a career, and it's also better than picking up trash off the side of the highway.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Barry Collins Chevrolet. And new Delaware Speedway merch store now available online, shipping to anywhere in Canada or in the U.S. Head to delawarespeedway.com/shop or the merchandise link there on your screen. Stay up to date with all the Delaware Speedway fashions, with new products continuously being added. Back here at top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson, and now we're into Bone Stock Heat Race number 3. As we saw in race number 2, we saw Cassie Howard take that victory, and so now we'll see who can come out to victory lane here in this third Bone Stock Series heat race.
Your winner last week, that's Jeremiah Rabideau. The 15 is Donovan Clark. 17 outside of the next row is Colin Williams out of Stroud.
And on that first row, we've got the number 69 machine in Mitchell Rawlings, as well as the 93 in Braden Oudman, as they are your top row. And then behind them, the number 15 in Sterling Roberts. They're on the inside. And so heat race number 3 here in the Bone Stock Series, as the pace car comes into pit road. Starter's got the green flag in his hand, and he's got it waving. We're going racing here at Delaware Speedway. Immediately, that 69 immediately got himself out front early, and everybody outside of turns 1 and 2 comes through clean. Maybe a bit of a race here now for the number 4 spot, as they come into turns 3 and 4. Race for third so far, fourth, as it looks like that number 8 machine goes to the inside, trying to go up Delaware Hill, maybe trying to take that spot. And maybe 3 wide going into turn number 3, as there is a huge battle going on for that 4th position.
You probably put a blanket over 4th to 9th. They're all right there.
Yeah, very tight going into turns number 1 and 2. As again, current leader Mitchell Rawlings away. And that 93 of Brady Oudman, again another rookie in this Bone Stock Series. They're out front. You mentioned you put a blanket basically from 4 to 9. It is tight. As they go up that Delaware Hill, and you can see the 8 and the 5 machine.
The 5 is Jeremiah Rabideau. He's working all over the backside of Charlie Verhoeven.
And Rabideau goes towards the inside, and we've got some contact in the back. Caution comes out. And we'll see if we get a replay of what exactly happened. Kind of looks like it happened right at the start heading into turn number 3.
That's Adam Genero.
As you can kind of see it right here, as there goes the car. Kind of looks like it got the backside taken out.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if there was any contact from that angle or if he just got loose and he got away from him.
Yeah, tough break, but it looks like all vehicles look to be okay and still running.
Adam was running 4th at the time.
Just 2 laps into this third heat race.
Restart should be pretty wild. Kind of restart. At least one caution, should say. here tonight. The aerodynamic 21C.
So again, currently your leader, Mitchell Rawlings, followed by that 93 and Brady Oudman. Behind him, the 15, there's Sterling Roberts, followed by the 8 of Charlie Verhoeven.
Here's another look at the telestrator too.
As we'll take a look here at that most recent caution, as we'll take a look, watch the back right corner of your screen.
Oh yeah, it looks like there was some contact right in the left rear.
Yeah, looks like that was the case.
That showed that he was a little further back that time than 4th place, but Race Monitor had him, still has him listed in 4th. Obviously it'll update next green flag lap.
And the lights are out, so we'll be going green flag racing here next time by.
Signal on the racetrack. Mitchell Rawlings up front. Then alongside his mayor, then it's Roberts, Verhoeven, Rabideau, Everest, Fontago, Munstill's the front runners.
With 8 to go here, we've got Jason Lovey's in the transfer spot ahead of Colin Willems in the 17.
Yeah, so that'll be another race to watch here in this third heat race. It's nice to win, but also you want to be, when you get into these heat races, you want to be inside that top 10 to guarantee yourself a spot into that feature race coming up later on tonight. Starters waving the green, we're going green. And immediately the top 3 cars going tight into turn number 1. But once again, Rawlings able to escape, but right away that 93 putting pressure on and going for the lead, going inside into turn number 3. Taking that inside line, but quickly taken away. And it looks like we'll have a battle for the 4th spot as the 15 there of Roberts is coming up on Jeremiah Rabideau. As Rabideau takes that outside line, trying to get it, cut his way back in, does a nice little move. And now dead in behind that 8 machine there of Charlie Verhoeven. Rabideau up into 4th, Sterling in that 5th spot. And indeed, we have a battle in that 10th position, as it looks like the 17 or the 7's trying to battle it out with the 40 there of Jason Craig.
Yeah, Jeremiah Rabideau, he's really coming up through the back here. I believe he started within the last couple spots, and he's already made himself up to 3rd place here.
Yeah, great.
5 laps to go, 4 laps to go.
Yeah, Rabideau up into that top 3, trying to find his way up into the 2nd place position. Is now he's going to get into a battle with Oudman, and they're going way outside heading into turn number 3. 3 wide into 3. This is going to get interesting in heading out of turn number 4. A little bit of contact under that 21. He's spinning around and he gets it saved.
Nice driving, and then he over. Oh my gosh!
And he's still going.
Almost ran out of talent, but he kept it up.
What a save there!
And he's only lost a couple spots. He's back down to 7th, 6th. Wow!
What
That's
a save
some driving
that was.
did some good driving by Jason Lovey.
Yeah, I'm still battling here, trying to go after that 15 machine. And Sterling Roberts going to go to the inside. As the front 3 have kind of gotten themselves away from the pack.
Rabideau going for 2nd place, or for the lead here, all the way from the back.
Yeah, white flag, 1 lap to go. Rabideau busts inside, but once again, Mitchell Rawlings is trying to prevent Rabideau from getting that inside line. Going to be interesting, real tight coming out of turn number 2 up into the hill. Rabideau going right in behind, trying to get as much draft as possible heading into turns 3 and 4. Coming out of 4, Rabideau coming into the inside, and it's not going to be enough as Mitchell Rawlings comes across the line in first, and a bit of a 3 wide right at the line between the 33 and the 15.
And Matt Langford just makes it in by Better hear his chinny chin chin to make the transfer spot.
21's ride.
And we're going to take a look back at that crazy little save there by Jason Lovey.
Yeah, Jeremiah came down to keep it off the wall, and just like an accordion there. And holds on to it, almost went around here, but holds on to it, and hey, kept her off the wall, kept it out of the grass, kept on going, and only lost a couple spots. That's a heck of a drive.
And into the feature race later on. One heck of a start, as we've got more racing coming up for you. You are watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
In the Paint Box, host Jane Roy puts a spotlight on various aspects of the vibrant visual art community in the City of London. The Paint Box, Mondays at 5:30 p.m.
Hello, I'm Liz Dowdswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. In 2008, carbon monoxide, a deadly invisible gas, killed an entire family in our province. That tragedy led to a new law requiring homes with potential CO sources to have alarms. John Gignac's family members passed away that day, and he shares his story to save others.
Please make sure you have working CO alarms in your home. Protect your family today.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Top of the tower here, Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson here. And now we've got ourselves the V8 stock heat race here. And key thing here with this is you have to go better than 21.1 seconds, otherwise you get penalized.
I would say worse than 21.1 seconds.
Correct, worse.
Yes. You can't go any faster than 21.1, otherwise you get a penalty. You have to stop at the backstretch, stop and go, and then you can fall back in line. You can see the 73 there of what is normally Jordan Morris, but he's out with a shoulder injury. I was just talking with his wife Cassie, and Jordan's got a shoulder injury he's attending to, and Nick Clark is subbing in for him.
And so Nick will try to get that 73 machine into the feature race here later on. They will be the first feature race. The Bone Stocks will be second, and then obviously the Super Stocks will close the night off. As the pace car is in to the pits, starter's going to get that green flag in his hand. And he's waving it in the air. We got racing for the V8 stocks. And right away, that 72 machine of Chad Clutterbuck gets away. But that 15 machine and that 51 machine as well, trying to battle as they're going too wide, heading into turn number 4.
So usually the first lap they can go full out because there's no way they'll break out, but then they've got to kind of tone it back and get into a rhythm so that they don't break out the time limit of 21.1, as we see Dave Evison shoot past Chad Clutterbuck for the lead.
Yeah, nice little move by Clutterbuck, gets away, and immediately that 51 trying to make the move there on that 72 machine.
And everybody is good so far.
Battle for third and fourth for that matter in this heat race as the 51 trying to get past that 23 machine. 3 laps in and nobody so far has had to serve that stop and go. And right away that 15 of Dave Evison got that nice little lead as he comes across the line. And it looks like we got ourselves a battle for third as that 23 there of Jess Ferguson from Ayr. Currently holds on to that third position. And then behind him, the 73 there of Nick Clark. As you mentioned, racing for the injured Jordan Morris. And 23 goes into second place, moving past that 51.
The 23 is Jeremy Taggart.
And so Jeremy coming across, currently in the second position.
So far, so good. We're 4 laps to go, and we've had no breakouts.
Everyone behaving so far.
This is one class I've not driven in. I mean, it's my hat's off to these guys that they kind of drive by the seat of their pants and have a feel of how consistent they are.
That's one tough thing with this V8 class, is having to mentally think as you're going around the track if you're going to be up near that 21-second mark.
Yeah, and just as I said that, Jeremy Taggart in the 23 breaks out with a 21.090, so he'll have to serve a stop-and-go penalty.
So he'll likely serve that next time by. 2 laps to go. As that 15 machine and Dave Evison way ahead of the 51. And it does look like Taggart is going to be serving that stop and go. White flag, last lap. And Evison's going to come away with the victory. Now it's all about for the rest of these cars out here trying to get yourself into good position to try to get into the feature race as Evison comes across the line. Place behind him in that 51, Adam Evison.
The 73 machine of Morris Motorsports comes home third, followed by Kara Martin in the 53 and Chad Clutterbuck in the 72 to round out your top 5. As we watch Dave Evison here bring that beautiful hot rod to Victory Lane, Pennzoil Victory Lane.
As he'll bring it around and stop at Victory Lane. We'll have more Delaware Speedway racing coming up here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Blow out all candles before you leave the room or go to bed.
Never leave a burning candle unattended.
When you go out, don't forget to blow out.
Hi, I'm Ruth Skinner, and I'm with Forest City Gallery, and I'm this week's guest on Pollinating Purpose.
Playing whatever. Jack 102.3.
15 years we have waited for this.
Football in Wrexham's everything.
There is a long way to go, but sky's the limit.
Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX and City TV Plus.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady, Gary Adrianson here up on the tower calling the action. This is now heat race number 2 for the V8 Stock Series. As we saw Dave Evison win that first heat race, and a lot of, like you mentioned, a lot of newcomers into this V8 Stock Series, and a few making their debut here tonight at Delaware Speedway here in this second heat race.
And just to note, we've got Kyle Mesenberg driving that 45 car for Simonis Motorsports. Barry Watson's always got somebody different driving in there, and tonight it's Kyle Mesenberg.
And then you have 4S, Steve McCall, who will be in the field as well tonight at the tail.
And so they're just finishing up their formation lap. On the top row, the 86 machine of Caden Patrick, right here from Delaware.
And how about that?
He's going to lead on that front row on that inside line.
for a lot in the late going there. Yeah, they were one of the drivers and team with some of the freshest tires in the field pavilion. And I think most people expected that car to
go on this lap.
And so it'll be going green here shortly as they come around turn number 4. Driver's got the green flag in his hand. And we're going racing. As immediately that 45 Kyle Netzenberg on that outside there of that 86. Again, don't want to be near that 21.1 mark, as they won't obviously do it here on this first lap. That's coming around early here is that 45 machine of Netzenberg. Coming around, he's your so far heat race leader, just a lap in. And will battle for the 3rd spot as the number 2 machine and Doug Stewart back there with that 86 machine as well in the 64. As they come around into turn number 2 up Delaware Hill again, battle for the 2nd position now is diving in as Doug Stewart trying to get to the inside there of Patrick.
3 wide. Patrick on the middle and Steve Aaron on the outside.
Still 3 wide heading into turn number 1.
See Steve McCaw in the red Camaro of number 4 machine out doing some testing tonight for his big race at Flamborough Speedway tomorrow night.
Yeah, so you won't see him really trying to push the full throttle here.
And Steve Aaron breaks out. He's going to have to serve a stop and go penalty. He broke out at a 20.956. Just a few hundredths of a second too fast. Running 2nd place at the time too, so that's going to be a costly mistake.
As we got 5 laps to go.
And there's Steve there pulling off to the back stretch there at Tech Shop. Serves his penalty and then will take off again and fall back in line.
So penalty served. That's now 4 laps to go. And
so the nice thing here is Kyle's got quite the lead here over Doug Stewart, and really they can only run so fast. So I mean, by rights he should be able to easily keep this cushion here and drive it off into the sunset.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. Now they come across with 3 laps to go here in this 2nd heat race here of the V8 stock class. As you can just see the gap there created, and like you mentioned, now heading into the last lap, safe to say that he's going to come around next time by with the heat race win. As you can see, that number 4 machine's currently up into 3rd place.
And the 90 machine just broke out as well that last lap. David Rockwood, 21.094 as we come to the checker flag here.
And so there you have it, the 45 machine there of Kyle Netzenberg is going to win this one. And so he will move on into the feature race, and that'll wrap it up as he will go into victory lane, and we'll be back with some more racing. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
For over 50 years, White's Rental has been providing local contractors and members of the DIY crowd with professional quality lawn and garden tools, aerial lifts, and construction equipment. White's Rental, we have the right equipment to make your project easier.
Hi everyone, my name's Emily Febri. I'm also known as Ranger M. I'm an environmental communicator and educator, and I get to talk to a lot of different people about all things nature and conservation. I love to knowledge share, and that's what I want to do with you. So come on, let's go learn with Ranger M.
Are you low on food? Struggling to pay the bills? Overwhelmed by life's challenges? When you need support but don't know where to turn, just dial 211. 211 connects you to the programs or services near you.
211, how can I help you?
211. Help starts here.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson. And now we got the Super Stock Series and their first heat race here this evening. Leading the way is the 71 machine in Connor Van Steensel.
There's 77 of Darrell Lake. I'd just like to wish him and his wife Mallory congratulations on a beautiful baby boy. They just gave birth last Saturday to Elliot, so congratulations to them. Darrell's the best man in my wedding, and super great friends, and couldn't be more happy for them.
Absolutely, congratulations to the family, and hopefully can come away with maybe a win here tonight.
Yeah, Darrell's been away for the last couple of weeks on baby watch, and so it's good to see him out on the track in his actual first race of the season in his car.
And so he lines up in the third row on the inside. As all the cars get lined up. The lights are out, so again 10 laps for this heat race. And by the time they come to turn number 4, we'll be going green flag racing.
The late models off this evening, so field in the hands of Van Steensel. We saw that heat race win by Cody Wiles, then got
starters got it there. There's the wave, and the drivers are off here in this Super Stock heat race number 1. And right off the hop, the battle for the lead, and already a turn and a crash right off the Delaware Hill, and caution comes out right away. Multiple cars involved right off the top. That 71 machine there of Connor Van Steensel gets into a big wreck.
I didn't see who it was, but I'm sure we got a nice replay here. Oh, it looks like Connor just maybe came up a little high on Cody Wiles. Cody was up on the high side. And then we had the
secondary contact as well.
That was a hard hit.
Yeah, right off the side.
The 07 of
Pete.
Oh, that's Nick Ramsey.
Yeah, that is Nick Ramsey.
Looks like Cody Wiles might have got squeezed and finally ran out of room. Not sure how much room this.
And so right off the hop, cautions out, and immediately the crew here is so fast to get out to these vehicles and check in on the drivers right away.
Well, see, the dangerous thing here is the way that Nick Ramsey hit the 71, or yeah, the 71 is with the driver's door.
Yeah,
so
we're gonna take another look here.
Yeah, it looks like he just came up. I mean, Cody had nowhere to go. And then as you'll see, Nick Ramsey come here sliding and make impact on the driver's door.
You can see there's the spin. And then here comes the contact right there.
Yeah, that would be heavy impact, as you can see. So they've got the ambulance, but the ambulance is over by Connor.
Yeah, it might have taken quite the hit after hitting that front part of the car against that wall.
That's at the fastest part of the speedway. I mean, they were just coming up to speed, so they did get a run out of turn 2, but hopefully everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, and we just had gone green to start.
As we take another look here, Jer.
Yeah, again, you mentioned it. Didn't really see him on the outside, and then there's the contact point right there, and there's the spin. So now it's a red flag.
Heavy contact with the wall.
And you can just see the damage to the front of that 71 machine, and then there's the secondary collision, as you mentioned, right on that driver's side. And so you're getting a current look of that 07 machine getting
real time.
So I just
hitched up. And here it is in real time.
This is how fast things happen.
And that is very hard contact there off of that 7 machine.
felt like he was out of route.
And so the ambulance has driven away. And it looks as though both drivers seem to be okay.
You see Nick is still in the car, so he's doing okay.
He had a choice of get into the 71 or put himself in defense, and he chose the.
So we're under the red flag here as we're going to take a break, and we'll come back with some more action here on Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
When you choose Pizza Hut, you're supporting a local, family-owned and operated business. We've been serving our community for over 35 years and take great pride in what we do. From our family to yours, thank you for choosing Pizza Hut and supporting local.
Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Cullen Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
These days at your local Legion, we're marching to the beat of a different drum. On a mission to support veterans, to have fun, and to welcome everyone to our ranks. You don't have to be a veteran to join the Legion. And as a member, you'll join thousands of others serving our veterans, our communities, and our country. Oh yeah, and our Member Perks program will save you thousands on shopping, dining, products, and services across the country. Join us at legion.ca.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. On top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson, and still under the red flag, as again that 71 machine, Connor Van Steensel, is currently going to be picked up by that tow truck, and hopefully Connor is okay, as they already took away that 7 machine. And so they have moved the cars heading into turn number 2 and got them just over there as they currently try to clean up the track heading into turn 3.
And this is still this is the green, like they just took the green, so we've not even completed a lap yet.
Yeah, as soon as I said we got the green flag, they headed into 1 and 2, and then the contact came right out of 2. Like you mentioned, right into the one of the faster parts of the track.
Oh, that's not Nick Ramsey. That's Steve Book, I think.
As they've completely removed the side door, their driver's side door.
I'm pretty sure that was Steve Book that climbed out of that. Normally driven by Nick Ramsey. It even says Nick Ramsey on race monitor, but that sure looks like Steve Book.
Involved in the incident, Tony Wild in the 14.
And so again, the track continuing to be cleaned up by the amazing crew here. Again, as soon as contact was made, everybody got out there right away to make sure that the drivers were okay, as they finally tow away that 71 machine.
We have coming up down here. He was in the 07. Steve, can you tell me what happened there?
Just started at the back there and then come down the back street.
And you can just see on your screen there with the pace car, they're going to have, looks like, the order kind of reset.
I feel bad for the boys there. They worked hard on this to get it ready, but car's torn up, but you're all right? Yeah. Hanged up on my leg there, but it's all right.
Up right here for the 017, Steve Book.
So I just heard Steve Book's interview over the Delaware system say that a little sore on the leg, especially with a side impact like that, but glad to see Steve out walking around, and he's going to be okay.
Yeah,
things happen so fast like that here's another look at it. Again, you can see Connor, he just moves up and nowhere, the spot's already taken by Cody Wilds, and unfortunately goes around on his nose and makes heavy impact with the wall, and a frame here. We'll see. There's Steve sliding in and makes side impact. So Connor kind of got it both. He got it from the front and then from the side, which, I mean, both are not fun hits. At least with a front impact, you've got the belts that are holding you in tight into the seat, and you got a Hans device with that side impact. To be honest, that side impact probably hurt him a little bit more than what the front impact would have.
Yes, as the crews are just finishing up, cleaning up that spot, and we'll go racing here again in just a few moments.
For the Inventory Express Superstocks, we'll see what Jay Cox can do on the pin here.
As the
got a lot of experience behind him.
Pace cars come in. Drivers got green flag in the air, and we got a race again. Basically a restart of this heat race, as we didn't even get a full lap in. And right away, that 00 machine.
Jay Cox
currently has the lead, but pushing along that outside line. There is the 83 of Brody Rickwood, and Rickwood takes the lead.
Overshot the corner a little bit, gives Cox a door to walk through and see if he can capitalize here going into 3.
And going to be a battle here throughout. As Cox and Rickwood battle it out for the lead, and right in behind Darrell Lake.
Darrell's not sure which lane to take here. He's got no immediate pressure on him, so he's got a little bit of time here, but somebody's waiting desperately for somebody to go.
And that's a key thing here for Darrell being in that 3 spot. He's waiting for one of those 2 lead cars to try to make a move or make a potential mistake, and that he can take it, as he's going to go up to the outside portion of the track and then dive back down to the inside. That was again a good fight here for the lead.
Looks like it's been settled here. Brody Rickwood's going to take the point, and Jay Cox follows back in line, which is good timing because Pete Vanderwist Jr. is starting to make a run on Darrell Lake.
Indeed, and that 7 machine coming right in hot behind the 77. And then right in behind them, Justin Collison as well on that 13 machine. And so now they're pretty much all in single file line behind each other, and now we'll see which driver tries to make that move. As Rickwood comes out of turn number 4 with the lead, ahead of Jay Cox. And they're going to catch up to that 8 machine of Randy Kuykendall.
Oh, we got one pulling off here is the 8 of Randy. I'm not sure how to say that. I've got a tough name myself, so I don't want to butcher it. But at least he pulls off to the inside and lets everybody go by. And everybody makes it through safe as we get Darrell Lake.
Bit of a spin there for that 14, trying to save it.
Yep.
Does so. As Cody Wild, he was involved in that wreck earlier. As Rickwood leads, and now
Darrell Lake is by Jay Cox for second.
Yeah, nice little move there by Darrell. You can see kind of they're all bunched up all the way from second, basically to 6th.
I believe Jay Cox is a rookie in the Superstock Series this year, and
indeed he is.
Making a great run as Pete Vanderwist Jr. kind of moves him out of the way a little bit to take over 3rd as we just took the white flag.
Yeah, and coming down the main straightaway there, and it looks like it's going to be Brody Rickwood to take the win here. As you can see that 7 machine of coming across, trying to battle it out for that 3rd spot, will take it. As the checkered's out, and Brody Wickwood, your Super Stock Series race, pardon me, winner, heat race winner in that first running.
Like I mentioned the storyline about a week or two ago, where they have the whole team ownership working.
And so we'll have the second running of the Super Stocks. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cohen Chevrolet.
Welcome to Treat Yourself.
With Rogers TV, you can cheer on the home team from the comfort of your living room. We'll head to the rink, the field, the court, or the pitch, so you don't have to. Tune in and cheer on your local amateur athletes on Rogers TV.
This is a perfectly healthy child. What's unhealthy are birth alerts. A racist practice that may stop this Indigenous mother from going home with her newborn. Become an ally. Rise above racism in healthcare.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cohen Chevrolet. At top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson. And as we previously mentioned, Gary currently leads the pro late models in the standings as he has the night off. He will be back in action next Friday night. And currently we've got the Super Stock Series here. This is heat race number 2. As they're going to have the white flag for the formation lap here.
We got another driver substitute in this race, Jer. In the 93, our APC champion, Kyle Steckley, is subbing in for Carson Nagy in that 93 machine. He'll be starting at the back right alongside of Trevor Culver. There's a nice shot of that Hummerview Parts Chevrolet, and Kyle is no stranger to racing, no stranger to being at the front, and I'm sure we'll see him there. He's riding in one of the fastest cars out there, so see what he can do here.
Now, always a challenge to start at the back, and it's nice to see them work their way up front as the green flag's in the air, and we're going racing here at Delaware Speedway as they go into turn number 1, an early contact off the start. And right away, the 36 machine, they're immediately getting into the wall. And the caution again, right off the hop of both Super Series heat races, we've had cautions. As we'll take a look, multiple angles here between the 4 and the 36 machine.
Yeah, Lonnie and Hudson get into it. Looks like he had a left front go down and just couldn't get it wound down. Hard to stop when you got one wheel on the rim.
Yeah, and you can see there's the contact, and there it goes right into the wall.
I don't see it that way. Do you see it that way?
Left front's down.
Do you see that that way?
Here on the left side, and we can wall pretty hard to the right side.
And so we'll take a look at it again here. Again, the 36 starting to cut in. And then there you can see the tire just goes right into that wall. And so we're under caution here again.
He got it wound up. At least it was minimal contact, but I mean, that's still enough that could have broken a control arm or some tie rods, or at the very least, definitely knock the toe out of it, but hopefully not enough damage where they'll miss the feature and they'll get back out there.
Yeah, so they're just going to tow that back into the pits, and then we'll be back with this heat race. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Cohen Chevrolet.
Carbon monoxide is a deadly gas you can't see, smell, or taste.
Homes with fuel-burning appliances and/or attached garages must have working CO alarms installed outside all sleeping areas.
Don't let the silent killer get you. Install working CO alarms today.
Join the high-energy, bodyweight-based workouts of the Thunder Twins. Gerald and Harold will get all shapes and sizes up and moving. Catch the Thunder Mondays at noon.
The best in the world. His ability is second to none. Dustin Poirier. This is who I am. I'm a fighter at heart. I'll never quit it here. Let's go. What a fight. Fireworks are guaranteed. Both capable of ending a fight in dramatic fashion. They will not be able to keep the roof on this place.
Back at Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady, Gary Adrianson here on the call here for you as the pace car comes into the pits, and we are about to go green flag racing here as the starters got that green flag in the hand, and here we go. Try this again the second time around. That 4 machine getting passed quickly by that 28 machine and Ryan Dyson as Dyson starts out with that lead. And now a battle in behind for second, third, fourth. It's 3 wide in behind trying to battle it out for fourth. As that 36 machine, Kyle Steckley trying to get himself up into fourth. He has done that, and now going to try to chase down the leaders.
Actually, the 36 is Lane Zardo.
Zardo was the one who made that move, my mistake. And then you can see Steckley there in that 93 machine trying to move up. Going to take the outside line here this time around. Going to try to line up with that 36 machine. As already, Ryan Dyson's got himself a comfortable lead here, and now it's going to be a battle for second all the way through. The 4 machine and Lonnie Thompson battling it out with that 9 machine and Andrew Ferreira.
Kyle Steckley's making some work on the outside, trying to get by Ferreira.
Yeah, and again, watch out, battle for second place. As you can see, Steckley just sitting in behind that 4 machine as Ferreira's moving up along the inside.
Oh, Lonnie washes up, and Kyle and Lane Zardo battle for third here.
And now that battle for second, if not third, heats up. As you can now see, there's Steckley moving right in behind that 9 machine. Going to try to make a move as they head towards turn 2 in that Delaware Hill. Drafting him right on that inside, going to wait, heading into turns 3 and 4.
Oh, made a little bit of contact, gets to the line.
And gets that inside position and going to try to take advantage of it here on the inside, and looks like the job has been done.
Lane's going to try to walk through that same door and takes third away from Andrew Ferreira.
And they're fighting, coming in right in behind that 1 machine there. Trevor Culver wants a piece too.
Lane's in a tough spot. He's trying to be aggressive and be on the offense. And oh, we got contact with the 39. Backs Culver around and takes out Lane Zardo as well.
And so the caution comes out for the second time here in this heat race.
It's a tough spot to be in when you're on the offense and defending, and it all starts here as they cross the finish line. And looks like McCullough gets in a little hot. Well, Trevor had to check up a little bit. Zardo checked up, and unfortunately it looks like just a hard racing deal, and Trevor and Lane got the worst of it. it's just a hard racing deal, and unfortunately a couple guys got collected.
Yeah, and so now the crew's immediately out to get those cars back into the pits as quickly and safely as they can, as we'll take another look. Here again, as you can see it coming right into your living room, as there's the contact right there on that 36.
Yeah, the 36 and 9 got into it, and Trevor tried to check up, and unfortunately McCullough can't react that fast and just drove into the back of him. Tried to woe it down, but just not soon enough.
And so with another caution, we'll take another break. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Cullen Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage.
This is a man's heart, a heart in desperate need of medical attention. But because 78% of Indigenous people experience racism in healthcare, he may not get the help he needs. Become an ally. Rise above racism in healthcare.
Back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. And attention racing enthusiasts, Delaware Speedway has just launched its brand new online merch store. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual observer, this is your chance to gear up in style. We are shipping anywhere in Canada or the US. DelawareSpeedway.com/shop has all the information.
I think I'm going to have to get one of those.
Yeah, lots of new merch in the merchandise store or online. Again, DelawareSpeedway.com/shop to get yourself some merch as the pace cars come in, and we are about to go green as the wave of the flag is going, and we're going to go racing again with just 3 laps to go.
Steckley trying to make that outside line work. Ryan Dyson's been fast all night. I'm pretty sure he was fastest car in practice.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case. As you can see the move by Steckley there on the outside, trying to catch Dyson there, and it looks like he's got the move made coming into turn number 1.
Ryan had his hands full. You can see his hands all over the place there, trying to keep that thing going straight.
So now Steckley leads from Dyson in that 39 machine of McCullough, right in behind, followed by the 9 and the 1. We're into the last lap here of this second heat race of the Super Stocks. And going up the Delaware Hill, looks like Steckley's going to be able to get this job done. Again, he started at the back. Again, filling in for Carson Nagy. And Steckley's going to come across the line and win himself heat race number 2 here in this Super Stock Series.
Well, that car and that driver, no stranger to victory lane.
No doubt, is again filling in for Carson Nagy. And nice job there getting that heat race 1, getting the extra points.
Carson's last year's, he won the championship here at Delaware, and he won the Quick championship as well. So, like I said, that car is fast piece.
Yeah, and so he'll come up into victory lane, get his picture taken, and then later on this evening he will be in the feature race for the Super Stocks, and will be coming up shortly soon with the first of the 3 feature races, and it's going to be the V8s that are going to start it off. And so we'll see how those races go, as Again, Gary, you currently lead the pro late models, and with you racing next week, what's going to be the mindset, obviously, for next Friday, knowing that you've gotten an early lead so far in the season, but obviously knowing you got still lots of racing to go?
Well, I mean, it's a long season, so I mean, it's really just consistency. Try and stay out of trouble. It's not always easy, but we do our best and try and keep the car in one piece. If you can continue working on the car and make it quicker rather than fixing it all the time, it makes it certainly a little easier. I mean, I've only got a 1-point lead, but all you need is 1 point.
That's exactly right. And as a kid, for me growing up watching racing, for me my favorite driver, going to be a little biased, Jeff Gordon. I always loved him in that 24 in the DuPont. For you, who was your favorite NASCAR driver when you were growing up?
When I was growing up, Mark Martin was my guy. Now, I mean, Mark Martin's obviously retired for a few years, and I started following Kevin Harvick, and now Kevin Harvick's retired. So, yeah, I've got a couple guys that I follow now. I mean, Noah Gragson, he drove my car in the APC race, the 200 lapper here at the end of the year. So, I mean, I kind of got that personal connection with Noah now. So, I mean, I follow him. And Kyle Larson, I mean, undeniably one of the best drivers in the entire world at this point. And the guy can get behind the wheel of anything and come out on top. I mean, had a fantastic run going at Indy last week, and unfortunately, made a mistake on pit road, and his finishing spot didn't show anywhere near how quick he was and how fast he can learn. Just a racer's racer.
Yeah, 100%. And for Larson, he was attempting the double, not only racing in the Indy 500, but also in the Coke 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but unfortunately he never was able to get out onto the track, as he kind of ran into the same storm that he did in Indy when he got to Charlotte.
Yeah, he was doomed from the beginning.
And so you can already tell that, he's got that on his mind next season to try to complete that double. But yeah, Larson finishing 17th at the Indy 500, and then obviously going to Charlotte and then not being able to get into his number 5 machine. And that's obviously got to be tough as a driver, being able to run in not only an Indy 500 nonetheless, but just 2 races on back-to-back within the same day on completely different tracks. You got to be able to, what's the simulation like? You're going to try to run a sim both days? Like, that's going to be tough to do if you're Larson, but obviously when you're one of the top drivers in the world like he is, he knows exactly what he needs to accomplish. As now we're going to have the feature race, appears to be, of the bone stocks.
Actually, this is the last chance.
That's right, the last chance. So all the drivers that were outside that top 10 get their last chance to enter here into the feature race for the bone stocks.
The 06 Sarah Wheel, the 9.
And so these are all the vehicles that did not get in to that top 10.
That's a relative of Brian Batty, one of our
and so we'll
drivers.
Get underway shortly with this last chance entry into the feature race of the bone stocks.
From the back of the field, after struggling getting through 10th lane, the Craig Cole O double nickel.
So you can see leading the pack is that 52 machine there of Donovan Clark. And so we'll wait to go green here for this last chance. And so they come around Delaware Hill. The sun is setting here at Delaware Speedway, and the lights will come on, as a few of them already have, as lights have indeed come on the track. On a beautiful evening here on this Friday night. We've had great weather so far for racing so far here at Delaware Speedway.
In the A main, and I think we kind of got our answer on the 07 car. They're packing it
and so they're
right
just
now.
bringing the pack in together, and they'll go around one more time before we go green.
Tough break
So this is a last chance qualifier, and they're going to take the top 10 here that will make it on their way to the feature. So again, the transfer spot is where a lot of action will be.
And we'll certainly keep our eyes on that. Again, this is the bone stock last chance qualifier, as you just mentioned, Gary. So all of these cars obviously in the bone stock raced earlier on in their heats were unable to qualify for the feature, but a guaranteed top 10 finish in this, and you're into the feature. And so the lights have gone off, and the pace car will come into pit road, and we'll go green.
Two front runners throughout many of the races this season control things here. Clark, Craig, front row. Green in the hand to the start of 10th oil.
Starters got it, and the green flag's waving, and we're going racing here in this bone stock last chance qualifier to get in to the feature race. And right off the start, got a battle for that lead spot. Coming around into turn number 4. Battling hard there is that 40 machine as well as the 52. As they'll duke it out at the top. And again, to keep your eye on the 10 spot here as well, as that is the last spot. We've got a car smoking down the track. Not sure what's going on. He's pulled off to the side.
It's the 98 of Noah Grevin.
And he's completely pulled off. And so we're still going green here.
They were able to get him pull off, so the track should be okay. He definitely, the nice thing is he wasn't in the racing groove. So.
Yeah, so just a smart play there just to turn it off and go back into the pits and still remain green here at the Speedway.
Here's our transfer spot of Ian Levesque. He's in the 10th place.
And now battling that 64 machine.
It's William Klassen.
And now Klassen's in that all-important 10th spot. Here, 12 laps to go. Here, 15 laps for the last chance qualifier.
It's Justin Culver. He needs a transfer spot, which he easily has right now, as he's in 3rd spot. He's running high up in the points, so he definitely wants to be in this next race.
And as they come around turn number 2, again that 52 machine. And Donovan Clark, currently your leader, right in behind is Jason Craig in that 40 machine, trying to chase him down. Again, top 10 qualified for the feature here in this last chance. As the leaders come around into turn 1. Looks like we've got a battle for 2nd place. 3 cars going in as the 40 machine's caught and being caught by that 78 machine in the 25 right behind in tow.
Adam General looking for a spot there. He's got something to say about that place.
As they come around up Delaware Hill and down into the fastest part of the track. Again, that 78 trying to catch that 40 machine. A little bit of a wobble there, as coming out a little bit wide, but trying to get some room and going to get it. But a few car lengths behind that 40 machine as they're coming up on some lap traffic. They're going to go around wide on that 50 machine of Joey Langdon. As we got 8 laps to go.
Come to the halfway mark here.
Yeah, halfway through. And again, the key is that 10 spot right now, as again that 78 trying to go on the outside of that 40. They've been battling so far all race long. Trying to get to that outside line, but just not able to get it. Maybe next time here on this turn number 1.
Well, he got him at the line at least.
Certainly did. And goes high on the outside, going to try to catch him again on the fast part of the track heading into 3. And that 25 machine waiting for that mistake again, right in behind.
Justin's a little bit better than Jason in the turn 3 and 4, but he loses his momentum in 1 and 2 as we see the 40 drive away from him again.
And you can see that 25 machine catching right up as well and has that inside momentum. See if they can take advantage of it.
This is what I was saying at the beginning of the show. You know, you can set your car up for one or the other, and you know you're always better in 1 and 2 more than 3 and 4. Or you're better in 3 and 4 better than 1 and 2, and you know this is a prime example of that.
Yeah, you talked about they want to ask you how to try to set up your car, and that's exactly been the case so far. In a lot of these vehicles, as we got 4 laps to go here in this last chance qualifier, as Clark still leads.
That's on screen here is a 616. I'm not sure who's driving that, but that's our transfer spot. That's 10th place right now.
Yeah, not on our...
There's no name listed on the race monitor.
Yeah, not in the race program either, so they currently have that last spot.
Our ghost driver.
Yes, for this sake, we'll just call him Casper, the friendly ghost.
Yep. The Steak, I forget what's that name from Top Gear. The Steak, I think. The Steak.
Yeah, so now white flag coming out, last lap for the lead, for the leaders here. As again, that 52 machine coming in turn number 3. Gonna run away with this one and win the last chance qualifier, so automatically in. And now we'll keep our eye on that all-important 10th position to see who gets in to tonight's feature, that 616 machine.
I think they're safely in that spot. There's nobody else really running around them.
Yeah, as they come around that outside line. And they will cross the line in that 10th position, and they will qualify for the feature coming up later on this evening.
So that wraps up qualifying.
So that'll wrap up qualifying for the Bone Stocks. And we'll be back with more action here at Delaware Speedway. Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Those features after season study test racing.
Don't get caught unprepared this summer. White's Rental is your one-stop shop for lawnmower tune-ups and repairs. You can visit us at our new location, 785 Little Simcoe Street.
Jeff from Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff here, and we are back for another incredible season of Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff. We're going to tour some amazing backyards. We're going to meet up with some great folks, and we're going to cook some incredible food. Join us Thursdays at 7:30 for Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff.
I've been volunteering for almost a year now. I like volunteering at Rogers because I like working with cameras and just like make sure I get the perfect shot and learning more about like photography and like the aspect on how you film games. Well, some of the best parts about volunteering with Rogers is just learning, getting to meet new people while you're doing it, and just being behind the camera and learning more as you go.
Welcome back here to Delaware Speedway here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady here alongside Gary Adrianson. And Gary, we've had some craziness so far in here tonight, and we'll start off with the Bone Stock Series. A couple of crashes that we'll take a look at here.
Craziness and bone stocks kind of go hand in hand here. As you see the first wreck of the night, Joey Langton had a car go around over his nose and backs it into the wall and just kind of collects everybody. And then Jesse Howard goes around on her own.
Yeah, as always, the bone stocks always tend to kind of cause those cautions. You can see that 21, there's that crazy save we saw going all the way, and then there's the spin.
Jason Lovey all over the place, but he was able to keep it going. He only lost a couple spots. So
indeed, got himself into the feature race. And now we'll take a look at the super stocks, in which in the first 2 heat races, we saw, not even as we got to green, we saw cautions right out of the first couple turns.
Yep. Yeah. And then just coming out of, just took the green and going down the backstretch, and it looks like from this vantage point, Connor just kind of washes up the track a little bit. Cody was there, nowhere to go. So, and then you see Steve Book here get collected, and it's hard impact into the side.
Yeah, and Book and Van Stietzel got himself into the wall there. And then here's the second heat race, and again, right away, right off the start, just a bit of a lockup, and that tire just goes off that 36 machine.
Yeah, it's hard to slow down when you got a tire down. And then again here, you see Culver check up a little bit, and McCullough got into the back of him and put him around and collect Sardo as well.
Yeah, not something we normally see out of the super stocks, that type of craziness. And so far in tonight's action, we've seen the super stocks, the bone stocks, and the V8s, which are going to be the first of the feature races coming up shortly here in this intermission segment. So look forward to that action coming up. And so far, Gary, what have you seen so far in tonight's racing action? Lots of different things going on.
I've seen some good hard racing. I mean, like there's a lot of stuff that, guys are going for spots, the thing with the heat race is you still need a good finishing place spot in the heat race, because that dictates your starting spot for the features. So usually I think they take the top 4 in the out of the heat races. They get the best spots in the features. So, I mean, track position isn't everything, and it goes to show right here, even now tonight.
Yeah, and we'll be right back with more action here. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Clubs, leagues, and courts in every province and territory across Canada, squash is the sport for wall-to-wall fun, fitness, and friendship. From coast to coast to coast. Learn to play, and you'll want to do it every day. Squash. Play inside the box.
I'm Melissa, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist at Rogers TV. I want to give a big shout out to all of our volunteers who have dedicated their time in helping create television programming for the community. Thank you to all of our volunteers, whether in front of the camera or behind it. Thank you for everything you do. We couldn't do it without you.
Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. And we've got ourselves a third man now in the booth here, in Jamie Maudsley. And Jamie, so far tonight we've seen the bone stocks, the V8s, and as the super stocks. What's been most exciting for you so far in here tonight?
Well, I think a couple early incidents. We saw an incident in the super stocks to get going. The thing that impressed me the most was that last restart, because I really thought Ryan Dyson looked like he had car to beat here tonight, and all of a sudden Carson Nagy just waxed him on the high side of
Kyle Steckley's actually driving that car tonight.
Steckley's in the 36.
Oh, is he in the 36?
He's in the 36
I
for
thought he was in
He's
the 90.
one who ended up in the fence there in turn 1.
Well, there you go.
Carson's
I had it wrong.
in that 93, but so some good racing from the super stocks. Only saw a couple breakouts in the V8 stock, which was good, and the bone stocks, 3 wide, 4 wide, let's rock.
The bone stocks are always entertainment.
Definitely.
Yeah, and with all that type of action, heading into these feature races, what's something that fans are going to be able to look forward to heading into these feature races?
I think you're going to see a great race in the super stock division. I mean, we just got some great cars here, as is the case every night. V8 stock, again, you're getting to see more and more guys get their times dialed in as this class keeps progressing. We're seeing less and less drivers break out. And of course, with the bone stocks, I mean, it's anybody's race, but that 5 of Jeremiah Rabideau, he's fast again tonight. He struggled opening night. Very fast second night out. He's fast again here tonight. He's probably the guy to beat.
He's always been fast. I mean, he drove back in super stock a few years ago. And
you probably raced against him in Enduro back in the days, right?
Yep, sure did.
And that's going back 20-plus years at least, I think.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, we're trying to age anybody here, but
I appreciate
it makes me feel old, too, so we're all the same
Well, you've been here for all of it, too, right?
Yeah, and so obviously, again, something a little bit surprising that we've seen especially in the super stocks was those 2 wrecks as soon as we went green.
Yeah, you had Steckley and Lonnie Thompson getting together down there in turn 1. I think the 22, you're used to crowding each other a lot in late models, and I think he just crowded the 4 before they got there, and unfortunately ended up in the fence because of it. And then that deal off turn 2, it was just you had 2 guys get together and everybody checked up, and unfortunately Dave McCullough piled into the back of Culver, and no fault to the 39. He had
no, not at all. I mean, it's hard to react. Things happen fast, and when somebody checks up and you're already right up underneath them, I mean, there's nowhere to go.
It's not the guy behind the guy that checks up. It's the guy that likes 2 back in the row from that who gets it the worst.
And that's always a tough thing, right? Heading into turns 1 and 2, obviously tighter than it is heading into 3 and 4. And I asked Gary at the start of the show, obviously trying to have your car lined up to try to go fastest on this track. For you, if you were to go along this track, how do you try to align your car to try to go fastest here on this track?
The nice thing about the repave that they did here a year and a bit ago is that it gives you different options. If your car is loose, you move up the speedway. If your car,
especially on restarts, the outside line really has made a two-groove track here, especially on restarts. I mean, once things get going, I think the bottom is still the preferred line, but definitely on restarts it makes for some interesting racing.
Before the repave, Gary, for the 10 years before that, if you got the lane choice, you were going to the bottom.
You were definitely going bottom. It was definitely a bottom picking track.
And I think you might have saw Carson Nagy smiling underneath his helmet
a little bit,
when Ryan Dyson took the bottom lane.
Well, I think Ryan was fastest in practice, if I remember correctly from Race Monitor, but I think he was sub 20. He was in the 19s.
He was good. He's got that long race set up, though. He needed that short run.
Yep.
And that brings me a good question, Gary. I hear guys all the time talk about long run speed and short run speed. How come nobody ever talks about mid run speed?
Nobody ever plans for a mid-run speed. You would think so at a local short track, but I mean, realistically, in the super stocks and even the late models, we run 35 laps. I mean, 35 laps is kind of a short run, or a mid-run even. It's definitely not a long run, but for what we do, that is a long run. But yeah, it's a lot of setup and hitting your tire pressures are proper and set up to be quick at the end. You don't want to be fast at the start.
Absolutely. And Jamie, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us during the intermission. We'll be right back, and we're going to have feature racing coming up here at Delaware Speedway, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. You're watching here on Rogers TV.
Think before you say it. Don't wind up like me.
A jailbird.
Imprisoned by your tongue. Doing 1 to 3.
Is that with good behavior?
You gotta think before you say it. Cause somebody's gonna hear.
You ain't kidding.
I'll make it plain. Engage your brain before your mouth's in gear.
It's been a long time coming. You don't win it to keep it, you win it to be a part of its history. Always knew. Always hard to see the difference between winning and losing. The quest for the hardest trophy to win in sports.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. We're just back in time for the start of the V8 feature race, 25 laps. Starter's got it in his hand, and boogie, 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 we're going racing here for the V8s.
Seen Dave Evison lock him up going into one there.
Yeah, early on locked up, but nonetheless, Evison still got that lead, the 51 and 73. Trying to chase him already early. As they come down across that finish line, Evanson's already out to a good start. But lots of action in behind, and a battle for second place between the 2 machine and that 73 machine as things are starting to heat up there behind Evison.
Evison breaks out in the first lap, or second lap, 21.09, so he's going to have to do a stop and go here.
Yeah,
leading the race even, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a tough thing being race leader and then all of a sudden having to give it up.
It's going to hand the lead over to Nick Clark in that number 73 Morris Motorsports.
And so Evison will do his stop and go, and so the 73 machine will attempt to take the lead, but right outside of him, you've got that 45 machine as well. And we've got a caution out on the track.
Got one around in middle of turn 1 and 2.
Indeed, in case that is the 57 machine there.
Shane Dixon.
Yeah, and Dixon there. As he spun around, and he's going to try to get that machine back up and going.
I believe that's his first night out of at the track this year with the car.
Bottom left corner, it's going to come into screen. We have it at the very end here.
So we got a replay here, and it's going to be on the bottom left corner of your screen, as you'll see it come in right there. There's the spin, and it just goes right up the high side and just lost control of it.
There's a little bit of oil dry down there. It was hard to see if he got into that and just went around a little bit, or if he just got in and a little hard on the brakes and the back came around on him. There you can see that oil dry on screen there.
Yeah, I might have gotten into that, and that might...
It's pretty low. I mean, that's not really the racing groove. Usually you're entering you can see kind of where, right there as Steve Aaron goes by and Dave Evison, that's kind of the racing groove right there. So if he got into that, he was probably a little bit too low, but again, from that vantage point, it was a little hard to tell.
Yeah, so he'll just get quickly pushed off the track by the officials here, quickly at work, and hopefully go green here in the next time by. But again, with the sun setting here, track temperature obviously going to cool down, as it certainly has cooled off here at the top of the tower.
I can imagine that Jordan Morris at home is trying to cheer, but with a shoulder injury, I'm sure he's not jumping up and down with his arms up in the air, but I'm sure he's really cheering loud for the Nick Clark substituting for him tonight.
Yeah, certainly hoping for the victory for the 73 machine.
And what you'll probably see here on this, when they take the green next time, not this time by, but I think they're coming to the white. Yeah, they're coming to the white this time. Is you'll probably see Doug Stewart, especially on the outside, take right off. In that late model, he's got probably a little bit better grip, center of gravity, because they can go wide open for the first lap without breaking out. So it'll be interesting and see how this plays out.
It's one of the advantages of having one of these late model vehicles in the V8. And again, like you mentioned, on that outside line, just being able to go as the lights are out now on the speedway, and so we will be going green once they come around to turns 3 and 4.
Next time you come out, bring your mini van. I'll tell you about it later, okay? Just bring the van and we'll fill you in when you get it here. Now let's try this once more. 23 laps to go and coast to a board.
So we got 23 laps to go here in this V8 feature race. Pace car leaves the track, cars coming around. Starter's got that green flag and he's waved it, and we got racing again. Going into turn 1. Right away, you can see that 2 car going full throttle, going up to the Delaware Hill, going to try to get inside, and makes a pretty easy move. That 73 machine coming back in tight. Almost a little bit of contact there as they are coming out of turn 4.
Now they got to get back into the groove, into the rhythm, and make sure they don't break out faster than 21.1.
Yeah, don't want to serve a stop and go. As they come across, everyone coming through. We'll see if, and we got a spin around, and that 73 machine takes the spin and contact there with Dave Evison, who started this feature race in the lead, and once again caution comes out.
See some late contact there, Dave Evison, and here's Nick going around and
see if there's any contact.
Yeah, it looks like he just came down. He thought he was clear, but unfortunately Kyle Mesenberg in the 45 was there, and then you see some late contact here. Dave Evison just clipping the front of him.
And it looks like both vehicles able to move on their own, and
hopefully they'll be able to bang that chrome horn bumper back to place and
get him back out there.
Hopefully that's the least of the damage. Everything else looks okay. I mean, again, maybe with the front contact like that, could be the toe knocked out, but
yeah,
here we take another look.
Yeah, you can see him coming in, and then the contact happens right basically at the apex of the turn.
Yeah, he just came down on him, maybe. Unfortunately, Mesenberg was there.
Yeah, and then the spin around, and then Evison comes in, a bit of smoke coming out of the back, just a bit of a brake check, and then just bumps in to that 73 machine. Already quick to work on it, trying to get it back out there.
Well, the guy making his return here tonight, David Rockwood, is up in the bridesmaid position right now.
As we've still got 21 laps to go here in this V8 feature race. Doug Stewart currently your leader under caution, and behind him now can't read that number yet, but
on the outside of Doug Brown, that's David Rockwood, I believe, in the 90.
Yeah, it looks to be the case now as it comes into some brighter lights, and yes, the 90 now up into second, and now white flag being waved, and so we'll go green next time by.
Rounding out your top 6, Adam Evenson and Garrett Martin still holding on to the top 6 for the race.
And again, you can see that number 4 machine at the very rear. Steve McCaw, he's really just testing that car out. As again, like you mentioned there, Gary, he's got a race tomorrow.
Yeah, he's making his first race tomorrow at Flamborough Speedway with the Oscar Hot Rod Series.
And so the pace car is in, and starter's got the green flag, and he's got it waved, and we're going racing here again with 21 to go. And once again, Doug Stewart taking that inside line with the 2, going up against that 90 machine. And they're going up past Delaware Hill and into 3. Right in behind that 86 machine of Caden Patrick, currently in 4th place. Behind that number 23, there is Jeff Ferguson. And we'll watch and see if anyone has to serve a stop and go. And we got a good battle for the lead here. As Stewart takes the inside, and that 90 machine going.
Everybody's
around. Good. And everybody good, as you just mentioned, with 19 to go. And that 90 machine's got the lead. We'll see if Stewart can get that back there on that inside line. Coming down the straight, he's got it. You can just see the difference. That 90 machine out of 1 and 2 has got it pretty good, but then coming into 3 and 4, that 2 machine tends to fight right back. As you can just see the difference right here coming out of 4. Jeff Ferguson currently running behind the leaders in 3rd. As you can see that 90 machine again coming into turn 4. And you can just see how different it is as they continue to trade the lead back and forth.
It's got to be tricky not wanting to run too fast, and because everybody's running at basically about the same times, but they've got about 0.8 of a second of a cushion, but they don't know that.
The tough thing is the 23 maybe takes a look inside.
Well, they picked it up. They all picked it up about 0.3 that time, 21.5s. Everybody's still good.
And Doug Stewart currently leading, but again, that 90 machine on the outside loves to try to go on that outside run, but Stewart's going to be able to take it right back out of 4. And they'll come across the line again. As we now got 14 laps to go. And you can just tell with that late model vehicle just coming out of 4, just being able to use that inside line and just get that lead back. And now the 23 is going to try to do the same thing, take the inside on the 90. But again, that 90 just quick around 1 and 2. Battle for 4th now is that 86 on the outside. They're battling with the 51. Now things are starting to get tight up in the front.
Dave Evison broke out again. 20.932, running 8th place.
Yeah, so he'll have to serve another stop and go penalty. And then the V8 feature race here at Delaware Speedway. As Doug Stewart battling it out with that 90 machine.
Another interesting note to make is these guys don't have spotters, they don't have watches, they don't have anything. This is all by the seat of their pants, trying not to go faster than 21.1. It's pretty amazing, actually.
Got to have that.
Whoa, we got one. Jeremy Taggart goes around.
Yeah, in contact with the 51, and yet caution's going to come out here with 10 to go. The 51 and 23. There, and Taggart, as you mentioned, had that running in 3rd place.
I think he went around on the 80 bumper of the 86.
We got to look at it right here. And no, it looks the 51
came in way too hot.
Yeah, and just spins them around, and they just collide together.
Jeremy definitely frustrated. You can see him hands up in the air in the car there.
Yeah, frustrated there is, again, that 51 machine, like you mentioned, just came in a little too hot. As you can see, he's trying to dive towards the inside, and Taggart looks to go a bit inside, and then there's the contact.
Yeah, in that quick dry. Can't slow down on that stuff.
They were almost in the corner. They were well into braking. And that Patrick had some heavy contact the lap before that right in front of him.
So as the cleanup crew continues to clean up that spot up high there in turn number 1, just going to make sure they clean up any scrap.
There's a shot of Connor Van Steensel's car. As you can see the impact from where Steve Book hit him on the passenger side. That's what the underneath of the body looks like on one of these machines, purpose-built race cars.
Yeah, you can just see there the damage caused. They're in that heat race collision.
It's a strong fender.
And so with 10 laps to go.
Looks like the 86 is dragging his left front fender around.
Yeah, that indeed looks to be the case.
They might pull thinking they might pull him in for that.
Under caution, 10 laps to go on the
Maybe.
We shall see if the officials do and tend to bring him in to try to get that removed. And he does have damage on his backside as well.
Yeah, there he comes in.
And yep, he's being told to come in and get some repairs.
We'll see how much they rip off of him, if they take just the fender or they grab the bumper as well. I mean, the bumper's still somewhat secure. It's just not where it's supposed to be.
Still under caution here, 10 laps to go. We'll see how quickly that 86 machine can get its repairs and see if it can get back into this feature race.
Yeah, we're coming to the white, so
we'll have a green flag next time by.
It's been a great battle up front between Rockwood and Doug Stewart.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case, and we talked about it off the top and how you want to try to set up your car, and that 90 machine out of turns 1 and 2 does a great job of getting that speed, but again, that 2 machine in 3 and 4 just is able to catch right back up, and essentially they just trade the lead basically halfway around the track each time. So the lights are out here at the Speedway. And then there you can see that 86 machine's back on the track already, so quick repair.
10 to go here on Coca-Cola scoreboard.
And the green flag is being waved, and away we go. Here, 10 laps for the V8 feature race. And you can see that 90 already on that outside, trying to force his way, but that 2 machine is going to keep it. And just watch this 2 machine on the inside here of turns 3 and 4. Pretty tight, and that 90 machine coming out hot. Out of 4. And they're already starting to clear the pack here. There's maybe a battle for the 4 spot.
Rockwood a little high there. Open the door for Doug Stewart. Take over the lead.
Yeah, you can see that 72 machine, Clutterbuck, going on the inside there of that 64 machine. And now he's up into 4th place. Then you can see Jeremy Taggart and that 23 machine is back out on the track as well, taking that inside line, trying to get past that 64. Nothing doing as they go up and over Delaware Hill. Seven laps to go. Still a fight, as you can see that. Now we've got some more traffic up near the front.
Chad Clutterbuck broke out, 21.047, so he's going to have to stop for a stop and go penalty on the back stretch this next time by.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that 65 machine as well, as he's caught up to that 90 machine.
5 to go.
Doug Stewart currently your leader, and that 90 machine right in behind, followed by that 65 machine in Bateau. Doug Stewart leads them out of turn 4. And now we got some interesting play here into turn 1.
Clutterbuck should have stopped for a stop and go, but he's trying to get in the mix
and he's
as he
around.
Goes around.
And we'll see what comes of it here as he has stopped out on track.
Still green.
We're still green here. And there's the caution comes out as he had to serve that stop and go. He does spin the car around and gets going. We'll take a look. As you can see, he goes towards the inside portion of the track and then just, again, gets into that sticky stuff and just cannot get it back together.
See another look of Doug Stewart came down a little early there. Just clipped the front of the Kyle Mesenberg machine. Thankfully, he was able to keep it under control.
And we'll see here another look. As you can see, you mentioned it there. Just diving in a bit early.
Yep.
A bit of contact, and you can see that little bit, and that likely is what caused that 72 machine to make that spin. And there's a bit of damage to that front end of the 45 and Kyle Netzenberg.
Because of the caution, unless they take the lap away from them, it really worked out pretty well for the 72.
So you can just see the 72 machine at the back of the field. We'll see if they end up taking a lap away, as again, he had to serve a stop and go, but then spun.
I think realistically, being that he's at the back, I don't know that they'll put him a lap down. They'll just, if he served a penalty, he'd just be at the back anyway. So more than likely, they'll just stay where he is.
As the white flag's being waved, so we'll go green here next time by. And at this point, we got ourselves a 4-lap shootout for the win between Doug Stewart and that 90 machine.
We'll see if Mesenberg's got anything for him. I mean, David Rockwood's been really good on the high side. He had the lead, but he washed up a little bit in 3 and 4 and gave the lead back to Stewart. So we'll see what happens here.
Pace car comes in. 4-lap shootout for the win. Green flag, green flag, green flag. And right away, Stewart gets himself out front. Rockwood there as well, battling there with Netzenberg. Netzenberg trying to get his way on the outside. We saw that 90 machine in Rockwood. He liked that outside line, but right now he's sticking in. Doug Stewart currently your leader with 3 laps to go. Fight for the finish here. As Stewart takes his inside line. Rockwood in behind and Netzenberg on the outside. Two to go now. And that battle for second heating up between Rockwood and Netzenberg. Rockwood's got the inside, but look at Netzenberg here making a bit of a push here on the outside. Coming out of turn number 4, going to be interesting here. He's going to go wide, go and push here against Doug Stewart.
He's still good. Everybody's good.
And white flag waves in the air here, coming to the checker. Stewart, Netzenberg, he's going to try a push one last time going out of 4. And it's not going to be enough. Maybe one last push coming to the line, and Doug Stewart's going to win it by a nose.
And Mesenberg broke out the last lap, taking at the checker flag there, broke out. So we go from second place to back in the field.
Tough break there for Kyle Netzenberg. Had a chance.
Actually, the 51 of Adam Evison broke out as well on the last lap.
Yeah, tough break to go from being in second place all the way now to the back, and your winner here in this V8 Stock Series here tonight, Doug Stewart from London, Ontario. He gets the victory here tonight, and he'll go to victory lane.
Sold for sheep on the back of that. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, quite the interesting.
That sounds like a story. That's got to be a story.
That has to be a story, and I wonder if Jordan, our victory lane reporter, might ask him that question of why he's got that on that number 2 machine, is he'll come out victorious here in this V8 Stock Series.
I know Doug really likes this class here. He's been running in it for a couple of years now, and he's really been enjoying himself.
Got the helmet off, waiting for him to hop out of the car down here in Pennzoil victory lane.
And so Rockwood out of that 90 machine, he will finish in second place. But again, Stewart just waiting to come out of the vehicle.
Actually, he doesn't finish in second. He broke out.
Oh, he broke out as well.
He'll go to the back. Or sorry, David Rockwood. Yeah, sorry. Rockwood goes to second place. My mistake. Kyle Mesenberg broke out.
Yeah, Mesenberg is the breakout, and so now we'll go down track side to Jordan for the winner here, and Doug Stewart.
Made you work for this one. Tell me about it.
Oh, yeah, it was hard running with I think it was the 90 car that was beside me most of the time. He ran a really good, strong race, and so did the 45. So it's great. I want to dedicate this to my 2 granddaughters, because I don't see them very often. One's in Ottawa and one's just outside of Vancouver. To Alexis and to Haley, this one's for you.
How much fun is it when you can get 4 or 5 cars there, all at a pack up front?
This is such a fun class to run in. Not everybody realizes how fun it is, but like all the cars that are behind me, all of them are capable of running and breaking out. The trick is to run just fast enough.
I know you got a lot of people you want to thank.
I do. My crew's been with me a number of years. David and Rick, and Marianne's always here. My wife, I gotta mention her the most because she put us up with a lot of crap because I work a lot of hours on the race car. I may be retired, but I still work probably 35 hours a week on the race car. So she puts up with a lot, and I love her.
Doug Stewart brings home his 2nd checkered flag of the season in the Dock State.
Doug Stewart, your winner, and we'll be back with some more bone stock racing here. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
I did it. I need it.
A hero gave it.
And I am alive.
As an organ donor, you can save up to 8 lives and enhance the lives of 75 others. Please go to our website. Pledge a gift of life. You'll be glad you did.
Get your local sports fix with Going for Two, a show focused on sports and athletes from London and the surrounding area.
I was so impressed with the evolution of the fan bases, the uniforms, the play calling, the overall play from the players. I couldn't believe that was the same league that we played in when we were younger.
Going for Two, Thursdays at 6 p.m.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. On top of the tower, Jeremy McGrady here alongside Gary Adrianson. And Gary, you have an interesting story about our V8 stock winner in Doug Stewart and what's on his 2 machine.
Yeah, I was just talking with Terry Jakes through the break there, and Sold for Sheep is a band, and Doug Stewart plays in the band.
So yes, he has that on his number 2 machine, and the bone stock feature will get started here momentarily, but before that, we will have the honorary driver start your engines here before we get going for this bone stock feature race.
I feel like that could still be a story. Where did the name Sold for Sheep come up? That's we should dive into this a little bit.
Yes, so we will have to work our sources here, both respectively, as to how you go with Sold for Sheep.
Dave Rockwood deserves a cocktail.
I would have to think it would have to do something with being on a farm or something like that, because how would you go with Sold for Sheep?
Well, and you don't want to be the one that was sold.
No, that's
for
the
sheep.
other thing too.
I mean, the other thing is, who's doing the buying? That they're giving sheep up, and what are you being sold for?
Yeah, clearly an auction would have had to be sold, but
what? Maybe it was to buy a race car.
That could have been the true story of how he bought that 2 machine.
He did wad it up pretty good. He moved the wall a good few feet up in turn 2. Was that last year? A couple years ago? I forget. I'm bad with time. The older I get, the less I can remember. Just ask my wife. Although she suffers from the same disease, so.
Well, I won't forget when I interviewed you last week, you gave your wife the shout out
for
her birthday, and no surprise you mentioned it being your hot wife.
She is my super hot wife.
That's right.
Yep. She's in a league that I don't deserve.
First time at the racetrack, you ready to go?
Drivers, start your engines!
Great to see you guys can get out there and get these things roared up, ready to go.
Indeed, a great job by that young little fan, probably his first time here out to Delaware Speedway, and he gets the honor of having the bone stock start their engines, and they will be doing their feature race coming up next here on the Speedway.
I'd like to give Chris there a shout out. That guy does an amazing job at this track. He's been here for a long time, and he lives and breathes this Delaware Speedway facility, and he's always doing a great job. Nicest guy, super friendly, always has a smile on his face, and big shout out to Chris down there.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about coming out to Delaware Speedway. This is now my second year of coming out. I came out once last season, and now I'm out here either being down in the pits or up here in the booth. And I can just tell you already that the amount of hospitality that you get here at the Speedway is second to none. The crew here do a tremendous job having the track be in top shape all the time. And all we can say is just thank you to the hard-working crew here at Delaware Speedway. We cannot thank them enough for their service. And so we'll get started here shortly with the Bone Stock feature race.
You've got the 56 of Jeff Schauer out of the metropolis of Mount Elgin.
And it will be a 25-lap race, as was the V8.
Alongside Corey is the 12, that's Joe Kicks out of London.
And so at the start, here on that top row, no surprise to see Wollaston and Howard up there. They were the front runners in our first heat race of the Bone Stock series, and no surprise here that they're leading us in here for the feature.
21C out of Woodstock is James Lovey. The 8 out of Kerwood is Charlie Verhoeven. The 19 is
and we saw in that first heat race on how Howard had some great restarts when they were under caution a couple of times.
Yeah, the one I'm excited to watch is Jeremiah Rabideau. He's sitting back there in 12th spot right now. Actually, it looks like he's in 11th maybe, but either way, he's about mid-pack. And I guarantee by the time we get finished, there he is on screen, and the black 5 there, he will be either near or at the front.
Yeah, when we were talking to Jamie Maudsley, he mentioned that Rabideau had a fast car here tonight, and the green flag's in the air. We got a kid waving it this time around. There we go. Green flag here for the Bone Stocks here in the feature race. And once again, Howard's got it in that 74 machine, already getting a move past Wollaston. There's Stan Cook's got that move made, now going for the lead, and has got that move almost made there on the outside lane. But you can tell Howard's going to want to fight that one back, but that 74 machine got the
early lead. Nice to see Stan out front. See how long he can hold on here for.
And you can see Jeremiah Rabideau in that 5 machine already starting to work his way up the field. Getting right up there with Wollaston. They're on the inside.
Oh, we got a car on fire.
And car on fire and a spin around, and that's going to bring the caution out.
It went
definitely
out. A big ball of flames, but it went out just as fast as it lit up. But the 15 there.
Yeah, the 15 there of Sterling Roberts, one of the faster cars we saw earlier on. He got spun around. We're going to have to get a replay and see how the heck that ball of flames came up.
Hopefully.
Back straight away, we got nothing.
Unfortunately, we didn't get anything on camera, but it was pretty hard to miss. I mean, it was a big ball of flame there, but like I said, it went out just as fast. But it sure looked like it took up half the car.
Yeah, you can see Sterling there getting out of the car. Glad he's okay. As the men in the yellow tracksuits already out there quickly to make sure that car gets towed away carefully, as it's still smoking there inside of that 15 machine.
Again, I can't say enough about the safety crew at this facility. I mean, bar none, these are some of the best in the business.
Catching fire because it just went out so quick. Yeah. So I don't know whether that was
just quickly throwing that white powder around that retardant out onto the track, make sure that nothing else goes on, and he gets back into the car. And we'll take a break here. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray
producer here at Rogers TV, and I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers that we have that put on our shows. Whether that's hosts in front of the camera or volunteers behind the scenes, we couldn't do it without you, so I just want to say thanks.
Thursday.
In the family with addiction, the person with the addiction becomes front, center all the time.
Addiction and substance use affects all the layers of our society.
Everything was about trying to out him and fix him, and I was just done.
I always felt kind of different. I never felt the same as other people.
Join addictions counselor Dean Anderson for Invisible, Breaking Through the Stigma of Addiction, on Rogers TV.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen. Chevrolet we are still under caution. Here just one lap into this feature race of the Bone Stocks, and that 15 machine of Sterling Roberts just caught fire heading into turn number 3. And he's okay, and they're just going to tow the car back into the pits here momentarily. And we unfortunately don't have a replay of it, but just crazy to think how that car just caught fire and then how quickly it went out.
There you can see their top 15 with Paul Fothergill. Believe it or not, Paul is my mentor. I have learned so much of my racing career. I owe it to Paul. I mean, kind of took me under his wing years ago when I started in the truck class, and taught me most of what I know. And I mean, doing a great job. He's running Bone Stock now, and he's in 15th place with, I mean, we're only a couple laps in here. I mean, one lap. We've got one green flag lap, which is kind of the norm for these guys. But always excitement when you're a fan to watch them.
Indeed, and a good crowd on hand here tonight at the Speedway. Again, gorgeous weather out again on this Friday night. As we're still under caution, as they are continuing to just clean up right basically at turn number 3.
Late models for 75 laps. And of course, next Saturday we'll head on down the road to Cranborough Speedway for race number 2 of the APC United Late Model Tour.
And so still with 24 to go, everyone just still circling around the track, just waiting for the cleanup crew to get themselves all.
The nice thing is that quick dry is not really in the racing groove, so I mean they're probably not even going to worry too much about it. If they get down into that, well, they're out of the groove anyway. So.
Then on Saturday the 15th, we're going to head on down one of the biggest road trips of the season. The Dayco Super Stock, race number 1 at Peterborough Speedway. It'll be race number 3 for the APC United Late Model Tour. June 21st, back in action here at Delaware Speedway. Bone Stocks, V8 Stocks.
And so as we're still under caution, we'll go to another break here. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Was that 4 or 5? He's lost count and still thinks he can drive. Do you think he knows that when he is caught and charged with impaired driving, he'll lose his license and a lot more? If he gets in his car, he'll face costs exceeding $20,000. Does he realize he could have a criminal record for his choice to drive? And it could be much worse if he crashes. I wonder what he'll be thinking tomorrow.
Have a Holden 1 at 15.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
My name is Ryan Dyson, and I drive the number 28 race car at Delaware Speedway and across Ontario all summer long. You can check out our YouTube vlog series right here on Rogers TV every Friday at 6 o'clock p.m.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. We're still under caution here for the Bone Stock feature race. We've only completed one lap, and that 15 machine in Sterling Roberts has cleared the track, and the crew are just doing the finishing touches.
Yeah, it looks like Ken McKay and the safety crew there decided to extend that quick dry a little bit further down the backstretch. You know, and again, these guys are thorough. They don't just throw the flag and get going. I mean, they're not gonna let you go unless it's safe. So, again, my hat's off to these safety crew members.
Yeah, we're only one lap in, still to come. A 35-lap feature for the Super Stocks. And right now, looking at my watch, we've got 10:05 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully these once these guys go green, they stay green. Otherwise, I mean, it's happened before where they have too many caution flags and they end up shortening the race because we got to get the Super Stocks in.
Yeah, so we'll see what comes of it here tonight at the Speedway. As we still got lights all around the track.
So it sounds like they're going to double over this time by. You know what that means, Justin. It is almost time to go back racing for the Lipto Bone Stocks.
So it looks like we're getting back into the pairs, which means that we will be going green here shortly, as again you got that 74 machine paired there. Again, had a good run to start, had a good lead, and then obviously the caution came out. And you can see Wallison there on the inside and there in that second pairing. Had lost a bit of positioning there at the start, and we'll see what happens here on this restart. As the starter's got the white flag in his hand.
They're trying to keep the, you can see them trying to run them down into the quick dry to run it in a little bit better, and they are going to go green they're going to take the white flag this time by.
And again, after such a poor performance on opening night, the 5 has went to the wick again here.
And so he's picked up the yellow and the white. He's got in his hand and he's waving it, so yes, we are going to go green flag racing next time by.
I'll just point out too that in one lap, Jeremiah has gone from 12th to 8th. So he's picked up 4 spots.
Does that surprise you?
No. He's my pick to win.
Okay. You heard it here. Gary's got Rabideau to win. And I'll be right there with you, moving up 4 spots in just one lap with that fast machine. We'll see how many spots he moves up here on the restart.
I mean, he's got some fast guys around him. I mean, Jason Lovey is a couple rows back. Matt Langford's back there. So, I mean, obviously they'll make their way to the front here if we can stay green.
So the pace car is in. Starter's got the green and he's waving it, and we're back underway with some racing here at the Speedway. 24 laps to go, and that 74 machine already's got a car length gap already. You can see Wollaston on the inside trying to get to the inside there of that 59 machine there in Cassie Howard. And that 16 machine as well as Dakota Luoma, one of the rookies here in the Bone Stock. Currently running up in second place right there with Cassie Howard. And you can see Jeremiah Rabideau working his way up the field, currently running in 5th spot, potentially 3 wide scenario here as Rabideau's going to chase the 25 machine. Going around on the outside as Rabideau's already moved up spots, dives back inside, and just like that, it's going to try to hunt down 3rd space. Battling there with that 28 machine and Daniel Mayu. And Rabideau's going to beat him on the inside. We'll see if he can get it here on this straight. As again, that 74 machine and Stan Cook currently your leader with the 16 machine, and Luoma, the rookie, running in second, and there's Rabideau right on his tail. Rabideau going inside, looks like he's going to try to battle it out for second place now. We heard earlier on from...
Oh, we got a wreck on the front
Mosley
stretch.
Front stretch, and yes, we do have a multiple car collision.
The 93 of Race Mayer.
And yes,
gone around.
That 40 machine, the 13 involved as well.
I think Race Meyer changed lanes on the front stretch and was not clear.
And the caution comes out again for the second time in this feature with 20 to go.
I was going to say, him and Justin Culver got together.
And again, we don't, unfortunately, won't have a replay here of this one, but again, just kind of happened right to our right of our broadcast spot. Just
seemed like it was building up because you're talking through.
And so again, caution comes out. The 40 machine.
And now, significant
there of Jason Craig.
They were having a strong night performance-wise. Craig.
And so now we're again under caution for the second time here in this feature.
And we got 3 laps in of green flag.
So far we have, and so we'll go to another break here. We're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
In the Paint Box, host Jane Roy puts a spotlight on various aspects of the vibrant visual art community in the City of London.
Like just generally, galleries have had great relationships with their artists. They're the ones that kind of promote them. Sometimes one of the things I've really appreciated about you is you're also an encourager.
The Paint Box, Mondays at 5:30 p.m.
The best in the world. His ability is second to none. Dustin Poirier. This is who I am. I'm a fighter at heart. I'll never quit in here. Let's go. What a fight. Fireworks are guaranteed. Both capable of ending a fight in dramatic fashion. They will not be able to keep the roof on this place.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. And so far, Gary, we've only completed 4 laps and we've gotten 2 cautions, and we are more than likely going to maybe see a scenario in which they try to shorten up this feature race here, as this is already the second time we've seen the caution come out in this bone stock feature. And again, we still have the super stocks who are lined up on pit road, and they're wanting to go as well.
Yeah, we're under red flag condition here while they clean up the front stretch. And yeah, I mean, we've got 21 laps to go now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we keep an eye on that and that number drastically reduces. You know, unfortunately, like, again, this is a learning class, so I mean, you have such a wide variety of experience and skill level. I mean, again, we've been talking about Jeremiah Rabideau all night. I mean, he's been around for years. I raced against him in the enduro class, so he knows how to drive and get through traffic. I mean, in the enduro days, there was 250 cars on the track at once, so he knows how to make it through things. But you've also got rookies that, you know, like, I mean, look at former Rogers pit reporter Joey Langford. Is that
Joey Langdon?
Langdon, sorry, my mistake, Joey, I apologize. You know, it's his first full season out here, and he's just a beginner, you know, so it is a learning class, but we still have a curfew that we have to make sure we get in the program. And generally speaking, when the class that's creating most of the time delay, it's the one that gets shortened up.
Indeed. And Stay ahead of the curve with the latest Delaware Speedway fashions. From sleek tees to stylish caps, there's something for every speed aficionado. And the best part, new products are continuously being added, so you'll always be on the cutting edge. Rev up your wardrobe and show your love for the track. Visit DelawareSpeedway.com/shop. That has all the information. Especially on a night like tonight where the sun has gone down and it's cooled off, nothing beats having a nice good sweater on you with the hoodie. As most race fans maybe bring a blanket as well to keep themselves warm. Here as we're after 10:15 and still showing 21 laps on the board. I do expect, as you mentioned, Gary, that we will likely see the bone stock feature race laps to be reduced a bit so that we can see the super stocks go racing here. And so now we're back from being under red flag conditions to now yellow.
Now you'll watch the Highbury Ford Mustang pace car pull these guys through that quick dry so that we can get it run in and off the track. Stuff is really good. It cleans up the track pretty quick, and I mean, it doesn't take long, and you can go through this at full speed very shortly, but you still got to work it in a little bit and get things dried up. I mean, I'm sure that what happened is that the radiator let go under impact, and so hopefully, we're not supposed to be running antifreeze because antifreeze doesn't evaporate. You're supposed to be just water, and hopefully that's what was actually in that car, is just water, because water will evaporate fairly quickly, especially on a hot track and with the heat in the tires and stuff. So as long as there's not antifreeze, then we should be back going pretty quick here.
It's going to get extremely tricky with all the speed drive right off along the front straightaway in the racing line.
Yeah, so a lot of that substance is already out on the track here right at the start-finish line and still out over towards turn number 3. Still currently 21 to go on the board as white flag. So like you mentioned, we're going to quickly go to green flag racing here.
Here we are to the white, yep.
So next time by, we're going to go green. And you can see Jeremiah Rabideau, he is in row number 2. And I won't be surprised that at the restart, he might try to gun it quick to try to get himself up into 3rd.
Oh, in a matter of 4 laps, he's gone from 12th to 4th.
Yes, and you already picked him to win this race, and his chances just keep on getting better. Behind him, you've got Cassie Howard, the Heat 1 race winner.
I've been watching Jason Lovey as well. He's got some great straightaway speed. I mean, he gets a heck of a run off of turn 2 down the backstretch, and he gains quite a bit of speed down there. So it'll be interesting to see where he is, because he's only 2 rows back.
Yeah, indeed, that is the case, and the green flag's waved, and we're going racing again here for this bone stock feature race. And you can just see all that being put up into the air as they continue to go around the track. And oh look, there's Jeremiah Rabideau fighting for the lead already. Here battling with that 16 machine in the rookie. So we've got an experienced driver versus a rookie going in here to turn number 1.
And we're under caution again.
And caution again. We got no one.
Can't see it with the dust. Can't see with the dust.
And no one appears to be down, but with the dust around, maybe wondering if maybe someone clipped the wall somewhere. Is that's why we got the caution again out. As you can see, the track officials picking up maybe a piece of something there, so they've quickly picked that up and got it on the pit road.
There's the fear. The one to watch out, Mr. Daryl Timmermans, head tech guy at Delaware Speedway and of the APC. Look at that guy. He is just nothing but, you look at him and you're just scared.
He means business.
Yeah, and he pretty much looks down to most people anyways. I mean, you look up, you just feel like so small and helpless, and He's a scary guy, but he's a lovable guy. He's a big teddy bear.
Yeah, making sure that...
Don't tell him I said that on live TV either, because he might not like that.
Well, I'll do my best to make sure I don't.
Yeah, nobody tell him. Nobody please, nobody make a clip of that and show him that I told him that he's a big teddy bear. Not when I'm in trouble, though. I mean, when I'm doing something wrong, he's definitely not a teddy bear. He's more like a grizzly bear. But he's still a big teddy bear.
And so still 21 laps to go, so not even a full lap, and we got that caution.
And we're now at 20 after 10.
So you got to wonder at some point here, the track officials got to make a decision as to whether or not they wanted to reduce some laps here. Because again, we still got the super stocks to go, and they're going to run 35 laps. Here in this bone stock feature race. So interesting to see that 74 machine back out in front and Rabideau back into the 4 spot. So because of the fact that the lap wasn't completed, Rabideau has to go back to where he started at the time of the last caution.
Yep.
So he was fighting for the lead with that 16 machine there in the rookie in Dakota Loma, and they both have to go back to their respective spots.
Well, I mentioned Jason Levy having speed on the straightaway. I mean, on that, when they took the green, he went to the high side and gained about 3 or 4 spots right away. And he is starting on the high side again. The rule is here that they tell us in the drivers' meeting is you can pass on the outside right away if you can get there, but you're not allowed to pass to the inside until after turn 1. So what he did was perfectly legal, and I mean, when you can fire off as fast as he does, then you can. It's a great time to pick up a quick, easy couple spots.
Got to get those spots any way you can, as we'll go green next time by. And this time we'll see if we'll get ourselves a full lap in here for this bone stock feature. Getting that 74 machine of Stan Cook. Gets that lead back, obviously, after that last caution as the pace car's coming in. Starter's got the green flag ready to go. And he's waving it up and down. We're going racing once again. And right away, there's Jeremiah Rabideau trying to use that outside lane. And him and the 16 machine are just going to go for it right off the hop.
Yeah, Stan Cook just didn't fire off like he wanted to.
No, didn't get going. And everybody's through turns 1 and 2 clean, but we've got another spin. And this time it looks to be the 12 machine, and the 22 goes around.
Still green,
Still
no caution.
Going green, and yet again we've gotten the caution out again.
I was a little surprised there because they had the safety truck was out on the track and it was still green.
Yeah, and that 12 machine went for a spin, so we'll probably see that truck come back in quick, and this will likely go green sooner than later. So as everyone slows back down again, third caution already here, and we've just only completed 5 laps of this bone stock feature, and already 3 cautions.
And Joe Kicks at the time of that had been running
The 12 car there of I want to make sure I get it right. Joe Kicks. Looks like Ricky Bobby's Wonder Bread car.
Give me his uncle.
Caution, lead, caution. Looks like they have told Will Quarry, come in, take the bumper off the 6. That was after he tried.
Now again, you might see the 8 car coming up into there, or the 6 car, there it is. So that happened, the back bumper cover has come off there, and that actually happened with, just like I said, Jason Levy came up on the outside and tried to gain a couple spots, and the 6 came up a little bit on the front stretch, and they made a little bit of contact, and that's where that bumper cover came off. However, I'm sure that we didn't get that on replay, but Jason Levy making big gains here on the outside on these restarts.
Yeah, and so now that 6 machine will just get that bumper removed and then go back out
However, on the bright side, we're down to 20 laps.
Yeah, 1 lap at a time, Gary.
that's all. Yep.
1 lap at a time.
I think they call that baby steps.
Yep. Well, this is, obviously the rookie series, learning how to drive these vehicles, and so baby steps is what you need.
Well, I mean, you want to get laps in and seat time. However, you prefer green flag. You get a lot more experience on the green. They're probably putting more laps down today under caution than they are the green.
Yeah, so far the pace car driver might be winning this feature.
So far.
It's been leading the whole feature race so far. We've had more laps under caution than we've had for the feature. I'd say we've probably had 20 laps of caution.
It's been close to it. Now, it looks like Dakota Luoma has decided to take the high side, which puts Jeremiah Rabideau on the inside. So this will be interesting to see how they fire off. Now, Jason Lovey, again, is on the outside in the 4th row, so it'll be interesting. Now, I mean, obviously, as he gets closer to the front, it's going to be harder to pass, but watch for him to make pick off a couple quick spots here on this restart.
Yes, as the starters waving the white, so we will go green for the 4th time here in this bone stock feature race.
Kathy Howard for Holman Trisca. I think we've had almost as many cautions as we have laps here. Bone stocks, 25 laps or an hour time limit. We'll see what happens here as they get set to go.
And so the pace car comes into pit lane, and Rabideau and Luoma are going to come to the green here, and you can see that 16 machine is going to get a good start, but Rabideau has that inside line and is going to take full advantage of it. And they're going to go side by side coming up the Delaware Hill. And we'll see who's going to carry the speed down that straight. It looks like that 16 machine is going to keep up with Rabideau. We'll see how much or how long that'll take and see how much of a gap Rabideau can maybe get.
4 wide in the middle of 3 and 4.
Yeah, indeed that is, and we've got the 33 and 56 going in. The turns 1 and 2, everyone staying clean so far. As Rabideau now your race leader. Followed up by the rookie in the 16 and Dakota Luoma. And we've completed a lap under green.
We're getting there.
Baby steps. As again, we've got a bit of congestion here with that 55 machine. They're battling it out for what appears to be 7th, 8th place. As now Rabideau's got himself a nice easy lead, followed up in an interesting battle potentially for 2nd place with 3.
He's just under a 2-second lead, and I mean he's best off to keep going and get as many laps in as possible before we get another caution.
Yeah, just keep it on the track. You've got the lead. Just make sure you just keep going straight. As a battle for 3rd here as the 69 machine takes it over. Darren Mitchell Rawlings. And now he's going to try to make a move on that 16 machine and for a battle for 2nd. And like you mentioned, Jason Lovey's making moves. He's now on the inside going up against that 28 machine. And we got 16 laps to go, 15 now. Keep your eye on Lovey, goes to the inside. 3 wide going in to turn number 2, going up Delaware Hill. Again, this is a battle for 2nd place as Jeremiah Rabideau is completely blown away here in this feature race. And Lovey makes a bit of contact with that 16 machine. And now he's in 2nd place and he's going to try to catch Rabideau. Two of the fastest cars in the Bone Stock Series going at it. As now that 16 machine losing some spots here behind us. Now that 69 machine's moving up.
We're going to be coming to the halfway point here.
Got 13 laps to go.
Jeremiah had a 5-second lead that last lap. We'll see if he's opened it up even more or if Lovey's closing in.
It's going to be roughly close.
Oh, he's chopped it down by 3/10.
Yeah, so let's see if Lovey can try to get going here. Rabideau's got a big lead, like you mentioned, that just over 5 seconds, 4.5. You can see on your screen. Lovey's back, trying to catch the race leader. And you can see Rawlings in third place, followed by Mayu and Clark, who almost dropped all the way into the 6th spot.
No, they've dropped off another half a second, so he's definitely gaining on him. Now, that could be that Maya's so far out that he's just riding it, where he can save his stuff till the end. He doesn't need to be pushing it, whereas Lovey's got to burn it all up trying to catch up to him.
Yeah, and I don't think you're really going to see any of these drivers put it to the floor unless they see Goddard at checkered. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. But nonetheless, Rabideau still currently your leader. And you mentioned it, Lovey is continuing to mow down that lap time. Now 3.5 back. As you can see now on your screen, the leader on the bottom of your screen, and right behind is Lovey on the top of your screen.
See where it's going to get dicey here is Jeremiah's coming into lap traffic, whereas Lovey still has a clean track in front of him. It'll be a few laps before he gets to the traffic himself.
And we've got 8 laps to go here in this feature race of the Bone Stocks. Fire coming out of that car, yeah, and that is Jason Lovey, and he's blown something, and caution has come out, and an unfortunate break for Lovey as there is sparks flying.
Probably going to get him to stop right here as soon as possible and get him out of there.
Yeah, he needs to stop as that is on fire.
He won't know that he's on fire either because there's nothing again, these guys don't have spotters or anything like that, so he has no idea that he's even on fire.
Yeah, and he smartly pulls himself off the track, and his night is over. Now, as that car is just up in a smoke of flames.
Yeah, just waiting.
Not sure, maybe.
Just a tough break there for Jason Lovey as he was running hard, trying to catch.
So he goes by the start-finish line here, and it's like as soon as he went to hit the brakes, it just exploded. I don't know, that could be like a brake line let go and fluid got onto the rotors.
Certainly it could have been the case as his race is now done.
That's something we talked about that earlier.
And again, with 8 laps to go, Jeremiah Rabideau still your race leader.
Jason Lovey down here. Jason, what happened there, bud? I don't know.
Here we see it again.
That's a tough break here for the driver.
Again, he's just past the start-finish line, and as soon as he gets into that braking zone.
Yeah, we'll go frame by frame here to see exactly the moment that it happens. And
there it is. It's like as soon as he hit the brakes,
they just went.
You see a lot of sparks right around the right front.
Whether the rotor let go and took out the line, or a line burst and the fluid just went onto the rotors.
It was right close to that where it ignited. I would say maybe.
And these Rogers camera guys, they don't miss anything. Well, I guess they've missed a couple things, but this is pretty good. Like, look at that's. You can't ask for a better shot than that.
No, we got a great camera crew out here each and every Friday night.
I'm going to send a shout out to my buddy Gerald Flynn up on the camera.
Yeah, he's up above us at the top of the tower, very tip top of the tower. Got Aaron McCandless over on the opposite side of our broadcast spot.
Gerald and I are both electricians, and we've worked on a few jobs together throughout the IBW Local 120 Electricians Union.
Yes, Gerald, one of our many dedicated volunteers. Does a lot of the Nationals and London Knights broadcast as well, but just loves to come out here to the Speedway and loves to shoot this racing. As we'll take a look at it again. Here again is, as you mentioned, as soon as he basically put the brakes on, that's when everything started.
Yeah, my guess is that, like I said, it's either the rotor broke and took out the line, and the fluid got onto the rotors, or that line just burst and still got onto the rotors.
Well, we've got the white flag been waved. So this time by, we're going to go back to green with 8 laps to go. After that was the 4th caution that we've seen here from the Bone Stocks. Pace car in, green flag in the air, and we're going racing as Rabideau already starts out to get that early lead. And you can see that 69 and 52 machine trying to keep up. And diving down the inside, that 55 machine almost going to go 3 wide, heading into 3 and 4, but close call as Jeremiah Rabideau's got that lead already. And that 69 machine right behind. As now we got 7 to go.
Derek Musker's making quick work. He's up to 2nd.
Yeah, quick work there as he was going 3 wide earlier on. They're in that 55 machine.
We'll see what the gap is here. At the line is 1.26 seconds.
Yeah, so trying to catch Rabideau here down the straight.
And I'm sure that Jeremiah is looking in his rearview mirror just to mind the gap and not overdrive it, where he went way wide coming out of 4, but we'll see what it is at the line here. And he's cut down 3 tenths.
Yeah, so we might have a finish here with 5 laps to go here in this Bone Stock feature, as again Mosker's trying to catch Rabideau. And we got a battle for 3rd in behind as well between Rawlings and Clark.
I think that's where Jeremiah is losing some of his time, as he's coming out way wide out of 4. He's definitely got a very tight race car.
Could be the case as again that 55 machine trying to catch Rabideau heading into turn number 3. And here's where you mentioned he's been running a little bit wide out of 4. Comes across the start-finish line now. 3 laps to go for Jeremiah Rabideau to try to win this one out.
No, we got one up in the wall
And
up at turn 3.
Crash into turn 4.
Oh, 2 cars in the wall.
And 2 cars into the wall, and the caution's out. We got the 25 machine pinning another car there heading into the start of turn 3. And so the caution comes out once again. And yeah, we're going to get the yellow and checkered here. So Jeremiah Rabideau is going to end up winning this feature race as we get another caution.
We'll see what we can find out.
So we'll see it here. It's coming in right there. You can see there's the contact.
Yeah, it looks like one just kept going straight and the other tried to come down like to make the corner, and unfortunately they made contact and ended up where they did. And as you said, we are throwing the checker now, so Jeremiah will bring her on down to Pennzoil Victory Lane.
Yeah, so at 10:38 Eastern, that will conclude the Bone Stock Series feature race. Jeremiah Rabideau, your winner here for this Bone Stock Series race here tonight.
We're just filling here until I let you know that we're ready for the pit road stuff, the interview.
And we mentioned during the intermission there with Jamie Maudsley that Rabideau had a fast car during the heats. And so now he comes into Victory Lane winning the feature.
No stranger to that place for Jeremiah.
No doubt about it, being one of the more experienced drivers in this Bone Stock Series. As that car just had almost had basically rocket power on the back and just took off at certain moments here in this race. And so he gets himself another victory here at the Speedway.
Looks like he's ready to jump out. On the stop top window net down. Here he comes.
And so he's coming out of the car, and we're going to send it down to Jordan for a quick chat with our bone stock race winner here in Jeremiah Rabideau.
Made that one look easy. Walk me through that win.
Yeah, that was it was a little painful, to be honest. In the car, I was like, "Let's go! I want to go!" And then that's not the way I wanted to finish off with the shortened race. But hey, the car was on rails again, handling pretty good. You know, we got a good starting spot and got lucky in being able to start on the outside a couple times, and I was able to, you know, get a few cars pretty quick on that outside line. I want to make sure I thank right away. I want to thank the Toyota Material Handling Lift Tow. I really appreciate them guys coming on board and sponsoring this. We couldn't do it without you guys, and we can't do this show without you fans. Thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate seeing all you guys here, and I hope we keep putting on a show for you.
Jeremiah Rabideau brings home the checkered here in the Lift Tow Bone Stock.
You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Ray Collins Chevrolet. Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
Think before you say it. Don't wind up like me. Imprisoned by your tongue. Doing 1 to 3. You got
Pollinating Purpose is a show about supporting organizations who seek to have impact in the work that they do. Whether nonprofit, for-profit, or grassroots organization, you'll learn key considerations to starting or growing your social purpose business with longevity and sustainability in mind. Along the way, you'll also hear stories from folks who are doing similar work in their community and hearing from leaders in their field on how to best approach this work.
Welcome back to Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Coming up next, main event, it is the Super Stocks coming up. Now, it's supposed to be a 35-lap race, but with what was going on in the Bone Stock feature, we'll maybe see here if we maybe get a shortened Super Stock race, as I'm joined here up at the top of the tower with Gary Adrianson, and Gary just brought up popcorn from coming from the bathroom.
Yeah, hey, well, you know.
He's selling out on here.
I
appreciate the little popcorn. I
do what I can, you know.
Absolutely. And so the cars are just getting ready to go here for this Super Stock feature. Again, interesting to see if they reduce the laps here for this feature, because again, the Super Stocks, they are running next week as well, so they might just add, and it looks like, yes, I do see 35 over on the clock.
I don't think they'll reduce these guys. I mean, not unless they have an awful lot of caution flags as well. I mean, curfew's 11 o'clock. That's in 16 minutes from now. I mean, if they go a couple minutes over, I think it'd be okay, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, these guys are running 20-second laps, so that's 3 laps per minute once they get going green. So
we will see. It's a race against time.
Yeah, I mean, if we go green flag the whole way, I mean, it's a 12-minute race.
Which is the perfect window for these guys, is white flags in the air, so we will go green here next time by, and you can see the start. Rick Wood and Daryl Lake in that 77 machine, they will start out on the front row.
Again, one more congratulations to Daryl and Mallory on their new baby boy, Elliot Lake. I wonder if Elliot grows up and moves to Elliot Lake.
We'll have to wait and see.
That's a pretty lame joke, but what are you going to do?
Well, my cousins did grow up on Elliot Lake, so do have a little bit of that connection, but we'll see. Cars come around the track, and the green flag's going to be coming up in the air. And we've got racing here for this super stock feature race, and you can see the leaders there in the 83 and 77 machine already trying to get themselves out front. As they come down the straightaway, a lap completed, and they went a lap without a caution, unlike the bone stocks.
Let's not jinx it.
They come around turns 3 and 4, almost 3 wide in behind the leaders. That's currently the 83 machine, and Brody Wickwood is your leader, followed by Darrell Lake, and then behind is the double zeros there, and Jay Cox. So they're going around the track, and you can see that 93 machine as well. And Steckley, he won that last heat race, and he's already moving up the track quite quickly.
That's Carson Nagy.
That's right.
Kyle,
Steckley's
my mistake.
Kyle's in the 36 machine. That's right. Yes. As we come around again, the 83 machine still in the lead. The St. Thomas native currently got 2 car lengths up on Darrell Lake, and then in behind, you've got that 28 machine in Dyson as well. As you can see, the 93 getting right up in behind that 28 machine in the double zeros. You can see the lightning fast cars here for these super stocks, and they're flying around the track. With 29 to go. As you can see, Carson Nagy just sticking right behind that 28 machine. And he's got Cox on his outside. As he's going to try to get past him. As great little move there by Dyson's going to get himself some room. Now we got a bit of a gap here.
Brody's coming up on lap traffic with Bill Daniels there.
Yep.
He's going to make quick work of him.
Already past him and already through to some clean air. You can see already right in behind, you've got the 3 other drivers in second, third, and fourth, right hot on the tail. Here in this Superstock feature race. Current leader Brody Brookwood, followed behind there by Darrell Lake. And this is going to be a good battle for the 3rd place spot, as you've got the 28 and the 93. As the 28 goes a little wide and is losing a bit of control, is going to lose a couple of places. As now you've got the 93 up into 3rd place.
Looks like there was some contact made there.
I think there might have been contact there heading into turn 1 and 2.
There, the replay, you can see him. Ryan got a little loose, and Carson tried to get up underneath him while Ryan was correcting himself.
And indeed, that was what we saw there on the replays. You can see the 93 going inside, trying to catch Darrell Lake on that inside line. They are close together here. We'll see what happens heading into turn 1. That 93 goes right by, and now he's going to try and chase. It's Carson Nagy. It's going to go after Rookwood here, and you know that Darrell Lake's going to try to want to fight for that spot back. As you got 23 to go. And the gap is closing on Rookwood. As you can see, that 93 machine is closing that gap rather quickly.
He was 1.4 seconds ahead. We'll see what it is at the line here. And he's cut down 3/10 off Carson Nagy just ran his fastest lap of the race.
Not surprising here in being at the features. Again, getting near some lapping some vehicle cars here on the track, and things are going to become tighter and tighter here as that 93 is closing quick. And we're going to have a fight for the lead here with just 20 laps to go.
Again, Carson just pulled his fastest lap of the race.
I think we're going to continue to see that as he's trying to get right up in behind the back. There, Brody Rickwood. Rickwood trying to get a little bit out wide, trying to negate that. We got a caution out on the track.
Oh, we got one around on the backstretch.
And we do indeed. So the caution flag comes out, and a car indeed just past Delaware Hill. You can see there appears to be the 57, or yeah, that is appears to be the 57 machine.
Ethan Orr.
Yeah, Ethan there spun around. And you can see the men in the yellow suits already out to check in and see if they can move that car around. They've got a few cars to go here, see if they can get some space here for him. And see if he can get that car going again, maybe.
Unfortunately, we missed that one.
Yes, we did. We were focused on the lead for the race. And it looks like they're just going to try to back him up and get him going once again. As they back away and see if they can get that 57 machine to get back going, and he does. So we should shortly get back to the green flag as they'll get back into their vehicle and try to back now. 10:51 local time with 20 to go. I expect we'll get back to green and let them try to finish this one out.
I'm sure this will be a quick one.
And now, obviously, with the caution, things now get real interesting now. As Nagy's going to be right behind that 83 machine. And so Rickwood's going to want to get a good restart and try to get away.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what line Brody picks. Brody's the leader, so he gets to pick inside or outside. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think it really matters. Carson is so fast. Brody's been really good, but Carson really has that car hooked up tonight. And I think, giving him the outside, Carson's definitely going to get a run out of 1 and 2. But in all fairness, I think this is a smart move for Brody to kind of play defensive and maintain second place, worst case scenario.
Indeed, as we got a shot of the 8 machine.
Oh, we were going to go white here, but the
cautions come back out in some
yes.
trouble with the 8 machine. And it looks like it's just going to try to...
Oh, he's got a broken tie rod. You can see that wheel going all over the place.
Yep, so he's just trying to make it down to pit road.
Who's got the 83 of Brody Rickwood to take his first feature win?
It's a little hard to steer when the wheel just wants to go wherever it feels like.
Yeah, and luckily enough does get it to the pits. And so we'll maybe see here if we'll go wave that white flag here next time by. And yes, the white flag is being waved, so we will go green here with 20 laps to go.
I mean, it's a good question. We've seen a lot.
And again, you've got Carson Nagy going to be on that outside line. And that 93 orange machine looks to me like a creamsicle. And so the lights have gone off here at the Speedway, and so we'll go with the green once they get into turn 4.
75 laps for the late model.
So the good thing here is that for Brody is that he's the lead car, so he gets to fire off first.
And everyone trying to bunch up here, trying to catch up with the 2 at the front. They're revving the engines up, and they're going to go, and the green's out. And you can already see Carson Nagy going around the outside. trying to keep with the 83 machine, going way up there on the outside. Gonna dive back down low.
Brody hanging on.
Yeah, and that 93 is going to try to get a bit of a speed drift here on the side of the 83, and they go back into 1 and 2. Tight battle here for the lead with 19 to go. They continue to battle along, heading into 3. Sparks fly off the 83 machine.
Oh,
a bit
they
of
make
contact. The 93 machine trying to get in front of the 83. 83 is going to continue to fight, heading into 1 and 2.
Just not enough to clear, but I think he's going to clear him here.
And we've got a caution on the speedway again. Yes, there's a car heading here in turn 4, and it's the double
Jay
zeros
Cox.
and Jay Cox. And he has completely stopped moving. But he has got that car back up and running. We'll see if he continues here in this race. No, I don't think so. He's got a flat tire, I believe, on that
They'll change
passenger
that.
side.
Yeah, they'll change that real quick. He'll probably be out before we even go green again.
Yeah, that tire goes flat.
Now, Carson Nagy was the leader the last time by.
And so we'll take a look here at Jay Cox, and we'll see where the flat occurred. You can see he's battling. There, he's right there, 3 wide. There's the spark, so that causes it. So there was contact.
Looks like contact with Dave McCullough.
Yeah, and indeed, and there's the flat, and so therefore he just goes high, gets himself out of the way of everybody else. And indeed, he's just turned into the pit to try to get that tire just changed quick and get back out.
So about 15, 20 people now running to the concession stand. Yeah, that created a storm in the concession stand.
And so he quickly goes to his spot, and so we'll quickly probably go with the white flag next time by. Here in the main event of the Superstock Series feature race, current leader Carson Nagy in that 93.
So I'm curious to see what Carson's going to do here. He did get him on the outside, but Brody was able to put a fight up. But however, when you're the lead car, you get to fire off first. So I mean, usually you get a little bit of a jump, and that might be all the difference that Carson needs.
Now Carson's going to decide what side he wants, and he wants the inside this time around.
So this is a big benefit to Ryan Dyson. Gives him a fighting chance, because with Carson leaving first, Ryan can get a jump as well.
Yes, and we saw Dyson running really well in his heat race early on as the lights are out here at the Speedway once again. We've got 18 laps to go here in this feature race.
And another one to watch is going to be the battle behind these 4 with Andrew Ferrer and Trevor Culver.
Yes.
There's Trevor and Andrew there. And Lane Zardo. They both got caught up in the heat race, and obviously here making a run back to the front.
So once again, the pace car is into the pits. Green flags in the air, we're racing again. And a good start there from Carson Nagy on that inside line. And he's going to try to get away from that 83. As they go down Delaware Hill and heading into turn number 3, he's got some room as they both go towards the inside. As Nagy almost looks like they almost a switch. But nonetheless, 93 is your leader here with 18 to go. Now, and there you mentioned there that 28 machine and Dyson, he's up into 3rd. And you can see there Ferreira as well in that 9. Battling there with Darrell Lake, as well as Nagy, your race leader. And there's also that number 1 machine as well there. In Trevor Culver, he's battling there with a 36. In Lane Zardo. As we got 15 to go. There's now pretty much a lot of these cars heading in a single file now down the Speedway. 15 laps to go. Carson Nagy, your race leader at the moment. But trailing in behind is that 83, and Brody Rickwood in behind him. Ryan Dyson. Dyson's going to try to get a good run down the straight to try to keep up with the 83 machine.
Interesting side note, that 83 is Ryan Dyson's car from last year.
So Dyson should know that car as he's gotten into the new one in that 28 machine. As here we go up on the inside, there is Dyson trying to get past Rickwood on the inside. It looks like he might be able to get the move made, but once again, Rickwood's going to fight this one too.
Brody got it at the line.
He did. But once again, that 28 machine just able to get him on Delaware Hill. 12 laps to go. Carson Nagy got himself a comfortable lead, but now Dyson's in second place and looking to try to catch him.
Carson Nagy just ran his fastest lap of the race. Lap 24.
He just continues to set personal bests here tonight. As you can see, he's 1.5 ahead of Dyson. Now we're 10 to go.
Ryan Dyson just ran his fastest lap of the night.
And trying to close that gap there on Carson Nagy. Rickwood in behind, followed by Lake. And now we've got single digits left here in this feature race of the Super Stocks. Nagy going around some lap traffic. That'll give him a little bit of a hand as he heads into turns 3 and 4. Nagy going in nicely, and here comes Dyson as well, trying to close that gap. Battle there with Jay Cox. They're in that 36 machine as well, battling for positioning and points as well. Back towards the rear of the field. 8 to go, Dyson 1.8 behind Nagy, now with 7 to go.
Again, Carson runs his fastest lap. Lap 28, so did Lane Zardo.
So you can see the 3, 4, and 5 cars trying to get themselves going in behind as well.
If you remember when we were talking to Jamie Mosley about setting the car up for long runs or short runs, well, clearly, I mean, we're on a long run here, and Carson is just laying them down.
That's been the case all night long for Carson Nagy. As he comes across the start-finish line here, he's got 5 more laps to go. See if he can hang on as, again, Ryan Dyson trying to catch up. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. We'll see. As we're about everybody single file here now, here on the Speedway. 4 to go. As Dyson takes a real inside line there in turns 1 and 2. Got a good comfortable lead, and he's going to catch up to some lap traffic.
It's nice to see Ryan have a good run here tonight. He got into a little bit of some damage last week. They got it all fixed up, so it's nice to see him back out here up near the front.
There you see the leader on the bottom of your screen, and Carson Nagy, and then at the top of your screen, Ryan Dyson running second place. 2 laps to go. Next time by will be the white flag. As here comes Carson Nagy coming around turn number 4. And white flag, last lap here in this Super Stock Series here. Carson Nagy coming around turns number 3. He's going to come out number 4, checkered flag. Carson Nagy, your winner. As Ryan Dyson comes in behind second.
Brody Rickwood, Darrell Lake, Lane Zardo, Trevor Culver, Andrew Ferreira, David McCullough, Justin Collison and Ethan Orr to round out your top 10.
And just a fantastic race there for the Super Stocks as Carson Nagy all night long. That 93 machine just powered around this track.
A sweep of the night.
Won his heat race, wins the feature. Not much you can say considering the fact that he had started from the rear in the heat race and won it.
Well, he's your defending champ.
So no surprise.
He shows, he just showed you why.
Yeah, he's got that 93 machine going pretty good right now. And no surprise that he's wanting to go back-to-back titles. As he's going to wait to exit the car. But yeah, like you mentioned, a good performance from Ryan Dyson as well in that 28 machine.
There's his dad, Jim Nagy, going around checking things out.
Jimmy Nation out there checking out the right side of the car. I like the paint scheme better when Jimmy Nation was all over the hood of it. Got a little rim spoiler back there. I think we could put some Jimmy Nation stickers on the back.
So the helmet comes off, and so now he's climbing out of the car. And here is your winner of the Super Stock Series feature race tonight, Carson Nagy, and he's going to be joined by Jordan here, trackside.
Dominating start to the season. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm pumped. It's really nice to be starting the way we have been. Just can't thank everybody at McCall's and everyone here behind me for giving me such an amazing race car to drive. It really makes my life a whole lot easier in there.
How do you use this momentum from the start of the season and help build for the rest of the year?
Yeah, we'll see. We just got to keep doing what we're doing. You know, we got a really strong piece now, so just got to maintain. And thank you, everybody, for being a part of my team. Queenston Chev, the Fireplace and Patio Shop, HumReviewParts.ca, and again, everybody here behind me and everybody for coming out tonight.
Carson Nagy brings home another checkered here in the Inventory Express Super Stocks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap it up from here on behalf of Jordan, Justin.
As Carson Nagy, your winner, we'll be back to wrap things up and show some highlights here. You're watching Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Hi everyone, my name's Emily Febri. I'm also known as Ranger M. I'm an environmental communicator and educator, and I get to talk to a lot of different people about all things nature and conservation. I love to knowledge share, and that's what I want to do with you. So come on, let's go learn with Ranger M.
Welcome to Treat Yourself.
Speedway Racing here, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Jeremy McGrady alongside Gary Adrianson here, and what a night we had tonight. And we'll start off with the V8s. Had a good race, good heat races, and a good feature race as well.
Yeah, you got a lot of action here, as you can see. A couple guys breaking out, but for all in all, I mean, a nice save there. I mean, we got in a little bit of contact, but nothing serious, and they were able to make it back out. I don't think there was any major damage in this race, but you know, always action-packed with these guys. And that's what happens when you run so tight.
Yeah, and obviously your race winner there, the number 2 machine, obviously getting himself the victory there, coming down to victory lane, getting the win there in that race and being able to come out of the car victorious, obviously. And so he wins that race, and then you can see Doug Stewart did win, and Kyle Mesenberg finished right behind him, ran a good race as well. And so all that driving in the V8 stock, again, one of those classes that's continuing to get new drivers involved as well. So certainly an interesting series that we'll continue to see here at the Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, in any car, there's no rules in the class. You can run what you brung, just don't run any faster than 21.1.
Yeah, and we'll take a look next at the bone stock highlights, and pretty good heat races overall, as you see there, as Cassie Howard won her heat race, and then obviously heading into the feature as well. Cassie ran good, but ultimately at the end of the day, we saw there's the incident involving the 21 machine, tough break, but at the end of the day, Jeremiah Rabideau just had a lightning fast car here tonight.
Yeah, Jeremiah is no stranger to the victory lane, and I mean, I called it, I think, right from the beginning, but it's nice to see him back there.
Yeah, no doubt. As you can see there on the results, Rabideau finishing in first place. Mosker put up a good fight as well. Mitchell Rawlings had a bit of a fight as well, as you can see there with the bone stocks. They've obviously a lot of cautions there in that feature race, but nonetheless they were able to, they did finish the race under caution, with Rabideau getting himself victory. And then obviously the race that you just saw as well in the super stocks, we'll have those highlights as well coming out here. And a great night for the super stocks as well, as we've seen obviously Blake just coming back from having a baby, being able to finish inside the top 5. Good result for him coming back one race in.
Yeah, it's a great maiden run for him, so I know he'll be happy with that, and he'll keep on working on it, and hopefully get there back into victory lane.
And obviously Carson Nagy, the winner, obviously champion here last year, comes back onto the track tonight and just dominates in that 93 machine and wins that race full out. And he wins that feature race, and just overall with this Superstock series, you can see Rickwood there. Obviously he's in that one spot, but Nagy won the race, so obviously he gets that win, and so Rickwood finishes in behind, and then obviously Dyson with the number 2 also as well. So overall, the Superstocks ran a great feature race.
Yeah, and Carson Nagy, he's such a great guy. He's a very humble guy. He's not, you'd never know that he's as good as he is, because he'll never tell you he's as good as he is. Such a great guy, always friendly, always see him with a smile on his face, so hats off to him tonight.
And so now, what are your final thoughts here from the Speedway? We had a good night here of racing from all 3 classes.
Well, it's another beautiful night at Delaware. I mean, you know, lots of fans in the stands. It's turned out it was a beautiful day and a nice, cool night. You've seen lots of fast laps, especially at the end of the race. I mean, the cars were set up for long runs, and I mean, guys were setting fastest laps at lap 30. So I mean, that's the way it should be.
Well, and I thank you very much for joining me in the booth here this week. Next week, you've got yourself. You're going to be on the track next week, and for all of us here at Rogers TV, I want to thank the crew for working hard here tonight, and we'll see you next time, next Friday, here at Delaware Speedway. You've been watching Delaware Speedway Racing here on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Good night, everybody.
You know, if you want to get involved to hear some of these fans letting Battersby have it.
Yeah, just telling them how they feel about Bruiser Battersby.
Join us at any Hammerlock Pure Wrestling events, hammerlockpurewrestling.com. You can find out where we're going to be. Knees to the face, down goes Battersby. Not sure where he is. This could be it.
One huge impact move, just changing this whole matchup. That might be exactly what White needed to get back in this.
And fired up once again, making his way to the corner, up to the second rope. Wait for the elbow, and out of the way, Battersby outsmarting him.
Battersby very proud of his work there, knew it was coming. White has gone for that elbow in the past.
Playing dead, you might say, Battersby. He's a man who spends time out in the wilderness, and he knows how to use all the tricks of the trade here that he's learned out there.
That's true. Sometimes the key to a successful hunt is letting your prey think that you're vulnerable. And that's exactly what Battersby did.
Huge scoop slam.
Now what's Battersby doing here?
White was put down in such a position. It looks like he was fit for a coffin there. Not yet. It's one thing you cannot argue with, the heart of the honorable one, Brian White.
Absolutely, that was never in doubt for a second. White known for leaving it all in the ring every time he's in front of our Hammerlock Pure Wrestling fans. And they show him that love right back, cheering him on, getting him back in this matchup.
Cheers and jeers. The cheers pointed at Brian White. The jeers headed Bruiser Battersby's way. And we're back to the chops. Those vicious, vicious chops. No remorse on the face of Battersby.
Exactly. Battersby putting all of his weight behind those vicious chops.
And got a face full of boot there that time. May have just angered him even more. Some frustration now from Battersby.
See Battersby kicking that turnbuckle, like you said, out of frustration and just getting a drop kick for his efforts.
Brian White taking advantage here. Oh, once again having to be careful for a disqualification. If he got a couple inches higher there and Brian White would have went over the top,
that would have been all, folks. Over the top rope slams are very illegal here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling.
Brian White kicking out here once again.
White doing his best to get back in this match. But you can almost see the gears turning on Bruiser Battersby. Thinking, what do I have to do next? What's my next plan of attack? And that is to pick White up.
Good place to start, but White slips out of it. Oh, huge shot back. Just trading at center of the ring.
Both men trading huge forearms.
And that chop once again.
Now White with a chop of his own across the chest.
You know, one chop might not end things, but you keep working away at it. At some point, Brian White can't breathe anymore.
Absolutely. You hit the same spot over and over, and all of a sudden you might start seeing stars from the pain. And that's exactly what Battersby's going for. Both men on wobbly legs now.
And those forearm elbows to the jaw. Not going to feel good either. Brian White firing up here.
Eventually.
Giving it all he's got.
But Battersby,
huge spine buster.
Spine on the pine from Battersby.
How did Brian White kick out of that one? That was a lot of force behind that from Bruiser Battersby.
Without a doubt, and White just being able to kick out after that three. Before that three.
After the three, we'd be headed home.
Yeah, but packing up. But not yet. There is still fight left in the honorable one.
And that front row really giving it to Battersby now. The first time there, you saw it actually get to him a little bit. Does not want to lose focus now this deep into the match here. A couple of block suplexes from White. Spinning Battersby around, and those drop kicks have been a go-to for him in this matchup.
White's starting to pick up some momentum here.
Maybe firing up for that. Oh, huge cutter. 1, 2. No, 2.99.
White cannot believe it. Both men leaving it all in the ring here.
Unbelievably not able to get the 3 count after that, and Battersby had no time left to kick out. Took him to the limit.
White going to that rope. Going for his signature elbow drop here.
Catches it. This could be it. No. Dude, you saw him just force the head and the neck of Brian White off, shooting him off for just a 2 count once again.
Exactly, just desperation from Bruiser Battersby, making sure he kicks out.
Battersby again letting the fans get to him.
Very uncharacteristic of Battersby here.
Getting Battersby up, taking advantage. The spin. And maybe one too many rotations drops him down. Oh no, able to get the clothesline in though. Into the pin. Still not enough.
Only 2, but a lot less oomph in that kick out from Bruiser Battersby.
If Battersby can stay focused, this is one of the best performances we've seen from him.
Without
Usually
a doubt.
his matches maybe not lasting quite as long, but he is deep into a match and showing that he can go.
Absolutely, Bruiser Battersby going the distance here against Brian White, which is no easy task.
And now White showing some frustration with referee Mavic Oslin. Gotta count faster.
White needs to remain focused.
Huge boot to the face out of nowhere.
And that's exactly White.
Look out. And down. Battersby into the cover. 1, 2, 3. And Brian White's bad luck streak continues, but Bruiser Battersby with a huge victory.
Exactly, White taking his eye off the prize, arguing with our referee, and then Battersby just laying in wait, ready to strike, and hits him with that huge maneuver.
Very impressive victory. Battersby leveling up after this matchup. And Brian White back to his feet.
Not even
still
sure what
arguing.
happens.
In the face of a huge Brian White fan here. Battersby saying, what do you want from me? I came for a victory. I'm leaving with a victory. Brian White is just very upset. Maybe the weeks of frustration.
Finally just boiling over here, taking it out on our referee.
He's been disqualified in the past for closed fists. Maybe quick counts. In his mind anyways. No high five. Well, there's a high five from Brian White, of course. Still a great sport. The passion, the heart.
You can see the frustration just boiling over on White. Well, Battersby soaks in his victory in his own way.
Bruiser Battersby on his way up in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling. Don't miss the opportunity to see Hammerlock Pure Wrestling live. Visit hammerlockpurewrestling.com to see all of our exciting upcoming events.
Hey guys, Chris Maloney, CWN here. I'm with the Honorable One, Brian White. Not a good showing for you tonight. What are your thoughts on the match?
I'm frustrated. Those are my thoughts, really. I'm frustrated. You know, the Honorable One shows up and does his best every time. There's no question about that. I will never deny when an opponent outsmarts me, outstrengths me, however you want to put it. I'm so blown up right now. I'm sore. I'm angry. Because the Honorable One shows up to do one thing, and that's to win. That's to gain my opportunity to become Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Heavyweight Champion. And when I got a referee like that doesn't seem to know where the strike zone is, if you're a Blue Jays fan, you know what I'm talking about. This guy counts one speed for me, another speed for Bruiser. I don't know why. Bruiser, you got me the first time. The second time, the ref got me. I'm not sure what the problem is around here, but I promise you this. The Honorable One has never given up. At my age, you know how to outsmart your opponent. You know how to outthink every circumstance that starts to interfere in your goals. The Honorable One is on a mission to become a champion. It's just one loss. And as frustrated as I am, I promise you, there are more tricks. There are more plans. There are bigger goals. And I'm going to attain every single one of them. You can mark your X on that.
Hey guys, Chris Maloney, CWN here with Bruiser Battersby. Kind of an impressive victory here tonight against the Honorable One, Brian White. Now, he wasn't expecting to lose, I don't think, based on the interview that we had done last time. But with regards to you in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling, what are your goals?
My goals are very simple here in Hammerlock Wrestling. To be the top of the food chain. Doesn't matter you put me in the ring with the Honorable One, Brian White, or you put me in the ring with the champion, Rodney Matthews. The goal remains the same. Top of the food chain, Hammerlock Pure Wrestling heavyweight champion.
So that's something you're going to be doing, is going after Rodney Matthews.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to add another belt to my collection.
Thank you for joining us for another edition of Hammerlock Pure Wrestling. Next week, we're going to hear from Cody Gaynor with his open challenge. The Saturday Night Delight, Tyler Turba takes on the Punjabi Prodigy, Vikram Prasher, and the Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Women's Championship is on the line as Miley defends against Bitter Bia Moss. Visit us at hammerlockpurewrestling.com. Thank you to Doug Terry Holmes, Caps Off Brewery Company, the Elgin County Railway Museum, and CWN Online.
Connect with us by visiting our website or email us at comments@rogerstv.com.
Thursday.
Most people that are have received treatment for drug use problems are probably going to have a lapse.
Join addictions counselor Dean Anderson for Invisible, Breaking Through the Stigma of Addiction on Rogers TV.
watching Rogers TV.
Playing whatever. Jack 102.3.
15 years we have waited for this.
Football in Wrexham's everything.
There is a long way to go, but sky's the limit.
Welcome to Wrexham. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX and City TV Plus.
You're watching Rogers TV.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV.